Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 11. Let's go through the words. School. A shoal, a multitude, as a school of fish. Entertainment. Admission into service. A heap, in a heap, huddled together. Lapsing. Present participle and verbal noun of lapse, the termination of a right or privilege through neglect to exercise it within the limited time, or through failure of some contingency, hence, the devolution of a right or privilege. Penannular. Nearly annular, having nearly the form of a ring. Incisive. Having the quality of incising, cutting, or penetrating, as with a sharp instrument, cutting, hence, sharp, acute, sarcastic, biting. Robin. Any one of several species of Australian warblers of the genera Petroica, Melanadrays, and allied genera, as the scarlet-breasted robin Petroica mullticolor. Spike. A sort of very large nail. Also, a piece of pointed iron set with points upward or outward. Leader. A pipe for conducting rainwater from the roof to a cistern or to the ground. A conductor. Nomination. The act of naming or nominating, designation of a person as a candidate for office, the power of nominating, the state of being nominated. Declining. Present participle and verbal noun of decline, a falling off, a tendency to a worse state, diminution or decay, deterioration, also, the period when a thing is tending toward extinction or a less perfect state, as the decline of life, the decline of strength, the decline of virtue and religion. Allicincy. Attractive power, attractiveness. Count. To tell or name one by one, or by groups, for the purpose of ascertaining the whole number of units in a collection, to number, to enumerate, to compute, to reckon. Rattle. A hedge or fence made with rattles, called also rattle hedge. Safe conduct. A writing, pass, or warrant of security given to a person to enable him to travel with safety. Dolly. In pile driving, a block interposed between the head of the pile and the ram of the driver. Collateral. A collateral relative. Divulge. To impart, to communicate. Bicalos. Having two callosities or hard spots. Chimney. A tube usually of glass, placed around a flame, as of a lamp, to create a draft, and promote combustion. Proctorage. Management by a proctor, or as by a proctor, hence, control, superintendence, in contempt. Prime. One not invested with a public office. Vaginal. Of or pertaining to vagina, resembling a vagina, or sheath, thecal, as a vaginal synovial membrane, the vaginal process of the temporal bone. Smooth. Evenly spread or arranged, sleek, as smooth hair. Absorb. To engross or engage wholly, to occupy fully, as absorbed in study or the pursuit of wealth. Fine draw. To sew up, so nicely that the seam is not perceived, to renter. Lividness. The state or quality of being livid. Tendered. Imperfect and past participle of tender, an offer, either of money to pay a debt, or of service to be performed, in order to save a penalty or forfeiture, which would be incurred by non-payment or non-performance, as the tender of rent due, or of the amount of a note, with interest. Slide. A surface of ice or snow on which children slide for amusement. Counter. A prefix meaning contrary, opposite, in opposition, as counteract, counterbalance, countercheck. A prefix meaning contrary, opposite, in opposition, as counteract, counterbalance, countercheck. See counter. ADV and a no. ADV and a no. Overtrip. To trip over nimbly. Ability. Liability to be removed or dismissed from office. Reddened. Imperfect and past participle of redden, to make red or somewhat red, to give a red color to. Swordsman. One skilled of the use of the sword, a professor of the science of fencing, a fencer. Emptying. The lees of beer, cider, etc., yeast. Reisner's membrane. The thin membrane which separates the canal of the cochlea from the vestibular scoli in the internal ear. Trepanning. Present participle and verbal noun of trepan. To ensnare, to catch by stratagem, to entrap, to trepan. Mendicancy. The condition of being mendicant, berry, begging. Rattlebox. An American herb Crotalaria sagittalis, the seeds of which, when ripe, rattle in the inflated pod. Caracole. A staircase in a spiral form. Mary. A kind of wild red cherry. Hip. Imperfect and past participle of hip, to dislocate or sprain the hip of, to fracture or injure the hip bone of a quadruped, in such a manner as to produce a permanent depression of that side. Trotine. A white waxy solid obtained from Chinese wax, and by the distillation of triton. Sea gate. Belonging, rolling swell of the sea. Gas. To strike aghast, to fry. None. No one, not anything. Frequently used also partitively, or as a plural, not any. Prankish. Full of pranks, frolicsome. Congregationalist. One who belongs to a congregational church or society, one who holds to congregationalism. Engaging. Present participle and verbal noun of engage, to confine in, or as in, a cage, to coop up. Sutak. A kind of narrow braid, usually of silk, also known as Russian braid. Imbecile. One destitute of strength, especially one of feeble mind. Bounce. A sudden leap or bound, a rebound. Pal. A wooden implement used by potters, crucible makers, etc., for forming, beating, and rounding their works. It is oval, round, and of other forms. Effuse. Having the lips, or edges, of the aperture abruptly spreading, said of certain shells. Localization. Act of localizing, or state of being localized. A. Always, ever, continually, for an indefinite time. Pillar. The general and popular term for a firm, upright, insulated support for a superstructure, a pier, column, or post. Also, a column or shaft not supporting a superstructure, as one erected for a monument or an ornament. Assuage. To soften, in a figurative sense, to lay, mitigate, ease, or lessen, as heat, pain, or grief, to appease or pacify, as passion or tumult, to satisfy, as appetite or desire. Orchidaceous. Pertaining to, or resembling, the natural order Orchidaceae, of endogenous plants of which the genus Orchis is the type. They are mostly perennial herbs having the stamens and pistils united in a single column, and normally 3 petals and 3 sepals, all adherent to the ovary. The flowers are curiously shaped, often resembling insects, the odd or lower petal called the lip, being unlike the others, and sometimes of a strange and unexpected appearance. About 100 species occur in the United States, but several thousand in the tropics. Sarcastic. A tumor of fleshy consistence, formerly applied to many varieties of tumor, now restricted to a variety of malignant growth made up of cells resembling those of fetal development without any proper intercellular substance. Sincere. being in reality what it appears to be, having a character which corresponds with the appearance, not falsely assumed, genuine, true, real, as a sincere desire for knowledge, a sincere contempt for meanness. Aheap, a foolish or dull-witted fellow. Laird, one of the group of shooting stars which come into the air in certain years on or about the 19th of April, so called because the apparent path among the stars if produced backwards crosses the constellation Lyra. Oversman, an umpire, a third arbiter, appointed when two arbiters, previously selected, disagree. Tone, tonicity, as arterial tone. Fertility, to fertilize, to fecundate. Exterminate, to drive out or away, to expel. Monomial, a single algebraic expression, that is, an expression unconnected with any other by the sign of addition, subtraction, equality, or inequality. Binaural, of or pertaining to, or used by, both ears. Filtrating, present participle and verbal noun of filtrate, that which has been filtered, the liquid which has passed through the filter in the process of filtration. Eosinal, pertaining to the eosin, containing eosins, as eosinal limestone. Heterostyled, having styles of two or more distinct forms or lengths. Bronchotomy, an incision into the windpipe or larynx, including the operations of tracheotomy and laryngotomy. Bimes, an inlet from the Gulf of Mexico, from a lake, or from a large river, sometimes sluggish, sometimes without perceptible movement except from tide and wind. Spied, a spay. Straightways, immediately, without loss of time, without delay. Arach, to tear up by the roots, to draw away. Impropriator, one who impropriates, specifically, a layman in possession of church property. Party, a number of persons united in opinion or action, as distinguished from, or opposed to, the rest of a community or association, especially, one of the parts into which a people is divided on questions of public policy. Byzantine, a native or inhabitant of Byzantium, now Constantinople, sometimes applied to an inhabitant of the modern city of Constantinople. Mignon, fine, trim, dainty. Repair, to return. Snub, To treat with contempt or neglect, as a forward or pretentious person, to slight designedly.
Cauteries.
A burning or searing, as of morbid flesh, with a hot iron, or by application of a caustic that will burn, corrode, or destroy animal tissue.
Counterplotted.
Imperfect and past participle of counterplot, to pose, as another plot, by plotting, to attempt to frustrate, as a stratagem, by stratagem.
Sarcastic.
The Irodella.
Strontium.
Strontium carbonate, a mineral of a white, greenish, or yellowish color, usually occurring in fibrous massive forms, but sometimes in prismatic crystals.
Spikenard.
A fragrant essential oil, as that from the Nardostachys jutamancy.
Form.
To give a particular shape to shape, mold, or fashion into a certain state or condition, to arrange, to adjust, also, to model by instruction and discipline, to mold by influence, etc., to train.
Epilexoptera.
An order of insects, including the earwig. The anterior wings are short, in the form of elytra, while the posterior wings fold up beneath them. Any insect of the genus Participle and related genera, belonging to the order Epilexoptera.
Rub.
To cause a body to move with pressure and friction along a surface, as to rub the hand over the body.
Ontologically.
In an ontological manner.
English.
Collectively, the people of England, English people or persons.
Surveyor.
The reply of a plaintiff to defendant's rebutter.
Penannular.
The ant bear.
Whisk.
A small lathe for turning wooden pins.
Far.
Remote in affection or obedience, at a distance, morally or spiritually, to enmity with, alienated.
Introvert.
To turn or bend inward.
Ghost.
To sail from port to port in the same country.
Sweet.
That which is sweet or pleasant in odor, a perfume.
Gunnel.
A small, eel-shaped, marine fish of the genus Maranoids, especially gunnelus of Europe and America, called also gunnelfish, butterfish, rock eel.
England.
To glove.
Blackball.
A composition for blacking shoes, boots, etc. Also, one for taking impressions of engraved work.
Capuchin.
A long-tailed South American monkey Copus capucinus, having the forehead naked and wrinkled. with the hair on the crown reflexed and resembling a monk's cowl, the rest being of a grayish white, called also capucine monkey, weeper, saju, sapaju, and sight.
Soken.
A district held by Sokish.
Staple.
Hence, place of supply, source, fountainhead.
Chirurgeon.
A surgeon.
Pleuroperitoneal.
Of or pertaining to the pleural and peritoneal membranes or cavities, or to the pleuroperitoneum.
Grafting.
Present participle and verbal noun of graft. A small shoot or scion of a tree inserted in another tree, the stock of which is to support and nourish Italian. The two unite and become one tree, but the graft determines the kind of fruit.
Ohio.
A spring, surrounded by rushes or rank grass, an oasis.
Endless.
To loose and take off, as a bonnet from a sail, or to cast off, as any lossing in any part of the rigging of a vessel.
Impartible.
Capable of being imparted or communicated.
Wiping.
Present participle and verbal noun of wipe, to remove by rubbing, to rub off, to obliterate, usually followed by away, off or out, also used figuratively.
Freedom.
Ease, facility, as, he speaks or acts with freedom.
Innocuous.
Harmless, producing no ill effect, innocent.
Nozzle.
A short tube, usually tapering, forming the vent of hose or pipe.
South.
From the south, as the wind blows south.
Chickadee.
A small bird, the black-capped Titmouse parasiticipulus of North America, named from its note.
Discolored.
Brigaded, of divers colors.
Cone shape.
Pectin,
Only.
one alone, single, as the only man present, his only occupation.
Halter.
A strong strap or cord.
Tick.
Ticking, a strong, closely woven linen or cotton fabric, of which ticks for beds are made. It is usually twilled, and woven in stripes of different colors, as white and blue, called also ticken.
Perimetrical.
Of or pertaining to the perimeter, or to perimetry, as a perimetric chart of the eye.
May.
The paraguati, being the dried leaf of the Brazilian holly Ilex paragensis, the infusion has a pleasant odor, with an agreeable bitter taste, and is much used for tea in South America.
Geranian.
A valuable astringent obtained from the root of the geranium maculatum or cranesbill.
Ojibways.
A tribe of Indians formerly inhabiting the northern and western shores of Lake Superior, called also Ojibways.
About.
Place of continuance, or where one dwells, abiding place, residence, a dwelling, a habitation.
Antic.
A grotesque trick, a piece of buffoonery, a caper.
Mimic.
To assume a resemblance to some other organism of a totally different nature, or some surrounding object, as a means of protection or advantage.
Fret.
To ornament with raised work, to brigade, to diversify.
Campaniform.
Bell shape.
Bedlam.
Any place where uproar and confusion prevail.
Bedside.
A recess in a room for a bed.
Erratum.
An error or mistake in writing or printing.
Depositories.
A place where anything is deposited for sale or keeping, as warehouse is a depository for goods. A clerk's office is a depository for records.
Fence.
A receiver of stolen goods, or a place where they are received.
Plug.
A block of wood let into a wall, for to hold for nails.
Scour.
To run swiftly, to rove or range in pursuit or search of something, to scamper.
Cuspidated.
Having a sharp end, like the point of a spear, terminating in a hard point, as a cuspidate leaf.
Anti-monarchic.
Opposed to monarchical government.
Cranny.
A tool for forming the necks of bottles, etc.
Hypothetical.
Characterized by, or of the nature of, an hypothesis, conditional, assumed without proof, for the purpose of reasoning and deducing proof, or of accounting for some fact or phenomenon.
Downgeschel.
A sharp-edged, tubular, marine shell, of the genus Vermetus, also, the pinna, any one of many species of marine gastropods belonging to Vermetus and allied genera, of the family Vermetiid. Their shells are regularly spiral when young, but later in life the whorls become separate, and the shell is often irregularly bent and contorted like a worm tube.
Exfoliate.
To split into scales, especially to become converted into scales as the result of heat or decomposition.
Decoction.
An extract got from the body by boiling it in water.
Percoid.
Belonging to, or resembling, the purchase, or family person.
Browning.
A smooth coat of brown mortar, usually the second coat, and the preparation for the finishing coat of plaster.
Foggy.
Beclouded, dull, obscure, as foggy ideas.
No prosecute.
Will not prosecute an entry on the record, denoting that a plaintiff discontinues his suit, or the attorney for the public a prosecution, either wholly, or as to some count, or as to some of several defendants.
Apostasies.
An abandonment of what one has voluntarily professed, a total desertion of departure from one's faith, principles, or party, especially the renunciation of a religious faith, as Julian's apostasy from Christianity.
Dendrologus.
Relating to dendrology.
Synonym.
One of two or more words, commonly words of the same language, which are equivalents of each other. One of two or more words which have very nearly the same signification, and therefore may often be used interchangeably, having the character of a synonym, expressing the same thing, conveying the same, or approximately the same, idea.
Moduli.
A quantity or coefficient, or constant, which expresses the measure of some specified force, property, or quality, as of elasticity, strength, efficiency, etc., a parameter.
Seminar sky.
A rare mineral having a velvet black color and submetallic luster. It is an iobate of uranium, iron, and the yttrium and cerium metals.
Magma.
The molten matter within the earth, the source of the material of lava flows, dikes of eruptive rocks, etc.
Syllable.
To pronounce the syllables of to utter, to articulate.
Flower gather.
To convene, to gossip, to meet accidentally.
Homodromus.
Moving in the same direction, set of a lever or pulley in which the resistance and the actuating force are both on the same side of the fulcrum or axis.
Quench.
To become extinguished, to go out, to become calm or cool.
Wanderu.
The wanderer.
Soft.
Gentle in action or motion, easy.
Locken.
The globe flower Troilus.
Cartway.
A way or road for carts.
Euphrates.
The macrosporangium or case for the larger kind of spores in heterosporous flowerless plants.
Osteoclast.
A myeloplex.
Diurnally.
Daily, every day.
Efficience.
The quality of being efficient or producing an effect or effects. Efficient power. Effectual agency.
Incisive.
the segment of the brain next behind the midbrain, including the cerebellum and pons, the hindbrain, sometimes abbreviated to Heap.
Lie.
To lighten, to ease of a burden, to take off.
Allowed.
Freehold estate, land which is the absolute property of the owner. Real estate held in absolute independence, without being subject to any rent, service, or acknowledgement to superior. It is thus opposed to feud.
Introvert.
To prevent.
Epic.
A fixed point of time, established in history by the occurrence of some grand or remarkable event, a point of time marked by an event of great subsequent influence, as the epoch of the creation. The birth of Christ was the epoch which gave rise to the Christian era.
Fated.
Imperfect and past participle of fate, to feast, to honor with a festival.
Diagram.
A complete course or vibration, time of vibration, as of a pendulum.
Abaculi.
A small tile of glass, marble, or other substance, of various colors, used in making ornamental patterns in mosaic pavements.
Molto.
Much, very, as, molto adagio, very slow.
Poltroon.
Base, vile, contemptible, cowardly.
Mover.
A proposer, one who offers a proposition, or recommends anything for consideration or adoption, as the mover of a resolution in a legislative body.
Glister.
To be bright, to sparkle, to be brilliant, to shine, to glisten, to glitter.
Gem.
Any thick mass of rock which prevents miners from following the lode or vein.
Rise.
To leave one's bed, to rise, as, to rise early.
Encephalopathy.
Any disease or symptoms of disease referable to disorders of the brain, as lead encephalopathy, the cerebral symptoms attending chronic lead poisoning.
Center.
A conical recess, or indentation, in the end of a shaft or other work, to receive the point of a center, on which the work can turn, as in a lathe.
Avocat.
An advocate.
Grieving.
Present participle and verbal noun of grieve, to occasion grief to wound the sensibilities of, to make sorrowful, to cause to suffer, to afflict, to hurt, to cry.
Welcomed.
Imperfect and past participle of welcome, to salute with kindness, as a newcomer, to receive and entertain hospitably and cheerfully, as, to welcome a visitor, to welcome a new idea.
Sullies.
Soil, tarnish, stain.
flap,
Imperfect and past participle of flap, anything broad and limber that hangs loose, or that is attached by one side or end and is easily moved, as the flap of a garment.
vegetative,
Having relation to growth or nutrition, partaking of simple growth and enlargement of the systems of nutrition, apart from the sensorial or distinctively animal functions, vegetal.
lark's heel,
Indian cress,
knavish,
mischievous, roguish, waggish.
wearing,
Present participle and verbal noun of wear, to endure or suffer use, to last under employment, to bear the consequences of use, as waste, consumption, or attrition, as a coat wears well or ill. Hence, sometimes applied to character, qualifications, etc., as a man wears well as an acquaintance.
bowser,
A topper, a boozer.
in,
With reference to character, reach, scope, or influence considered as establishing a limitation, as to be in one's favor.
flask,
A small flask,
expressman,
a person employed in the express business, also, the driver of a job wagon.
spinney,
A weak-minded or silly person, one who is foolishly fond.
lung-grown,
Having lungs that adhere to the pleura.
interstice,
Provided with interstices, having interstices between, situated at intervals.
nerve,
A sinew or a tendon.
bitterwood,
A West Indian tree Picrenia excelsa, from the wood of which the bitter drug Jamaica quassia is obtained.
strategic,
Of or pertaining to strategy, effected by artifice.
strengthener,
One who, or that which, gives or adds strength.
baggage,
A woman of loose morals, a prostitute.
firmamental,
Pertaining to the firmament, celestial, being of the upper regions.
interpercular,
The interpercular bone.
bow breaking,
The act of breaking up.
seg,
A castrated bull.
brinjari,
A rough-haired East Indian variety of the greyhound.
reperch,
Sought out with care, choice, hence, of rare quality, elegance, or attractiveness, peculiar and refined in kind.
metacryline,
A polymeric modification of acrylamide obtained by heating it with caustic potash. It is a crystalline substance having an aromatic odor.
Note paper.
Writing paper, not exceeding in size, when folded once, 5 by 8 inches.
Recruit.
To repair by fresh supplies, as anything wasted, to remedy lack or deficiency in, as food recruits the flesh, fresh air and exercise recruit the spirits.
Anomalously.
In an anomalous manner.
Sug.
A kind of worm or larva.
Foretokened.
Imperfect and past participle of foretoken, to foreshow, to presignify, to prognosticate.
Chartomancy.
Divination by written paper or by cards.
Mortaling.
An animal, as a sheep, dead of disease or privation, immortaling.
Ooze.
Imperfect and past participle of booze, to drink greedily or immoderately, especially alcoholic liquor, to tipple.
Entry.
To beseech or supplicate successfully, to prevail upon by prayer or solicitation, to persuade.
Lactifuge.
A medicine to check the secretion of milk, or to dispel a supposed accumulation of milk in any part of the body.
Lixivium.
A solution of alkaline salts extracted from wood ashes, hence, any solution obtained by lixiviation.
Ambuscade.
A place in which troops lie hid to attack an enemy unexpectedly.
Practice.
To make use of, to employ.
Officiate.
To discharge, perform, or supply as an official duty or function.
Clarity.
Sticky and foul, muddy, filthy, dirty.
Grit.
A small jack screw.
Armipotence.
Power in arms.
Proneoplast.
An instrument for crushing the head of a fetus to facilitate delivery in difficulties is
Fissiparus.
reproducing by spontaneous fission, a method of asexual reproduction among the lowest unicellular organisms by means of a process of self-division, consisting of gradual division or cleavage of the into two parts, each of which then becomes a separate and independent organisms, as when a cell in an animal or plant, or its germ, undergoes a spontaneous division, and the parts again subdivide, the act or process of dividing into segments, specifically biology, a self-division into segments as a result of growth, cell cleavage, cell multiplication, endogenous cell formation, and cell division, underdivision.
Station.
Situation, position, location.
Brain sickly.
In a brain-sick manner.
Ensel.
A rig balance for weighing, and a kind of weight, formerly used in England.
Concourse.
Concurrence, cooperation.
Lease.
Any tenure by grant or permission, the time for which such a tenure holds good, allotted time.
Taras.
A white to gray volcanic tufa, formed of decomposed trachytic cinders, sometimes used as a cement, hence, a coarse sort of plaster or mortar, durable in water, and used to line cisterns and other reservoirs of water.
Diprismatic.
Doubly prismatic.
Gallon.
A substance obtained by the reduction of galline.
Fatback.
The menhaden.
Domozilla.
A young person, either male or female, of noble or gentle extraction, as Damsel Pepin, Damsel Richard, Prince of Wales.
About.
To a reserved position, half round, in the opposite direction, on the opposite tack, as to face about, to turn oneself about.
Rio.
To go out by rotation or succession, to rotate.
Enfoldered.
Mixed with or emitting lightning.
Box.
Imperfect and past participle of box, a tree or shrub, flourishing in different parts of the world. The common box Bugus sempervirens has two varieties, one of which, the dwarf box before Suffruticosa, is much used for borders in gardens. The wood of the tree varieties, being very hard and smooth, is extensively used in the arts, as by turners, engravers, mathematical instrument makers, etc.
Wineless.
Destitute of wine, as wineless life.
Richweed.
An herb Pileopumila, of the nettle family, having a smooth, juicy, pellucid stem, called also clearweed.
Despisingly.
Contemptuously.
Enwrap.
To cover by wrapping, to involve, to enfold, as to enwrap in a cloak, in smoke, etc.
Representative.
A species or variety which, in any region, takes the place of a similar one in another region.
Open.
To loosen or make less compact, as to open matted cotton by separating the fibers.
Victim.
A person or thing destroyed or sacrificed in the pursuit of an object, or in gratification of a passion, as a victim to jealousy, lust, or ambition.
Chebec.
A narrow stern boat formerly much used in the Newfoundland fisheries, called also pink stern and chebec.
Smash.
To break up, or to pieces suddenly, as the result of collision or pressure.
conscientious,
characterized by a regard to conscience, conform to the dictates of conscience, set of actions.
pseudofilaria,
One of the two elongated vibratile young formed by fission of the embryo during the development of certain gregarin.
phyllid,
Any species of phyllis.
cryptogamous,
Once skilled in cryptogamic botany.
arcuation,
The act of bending or curving, incurvation, the state of being bent, crookedness.
low,
In a path near the equator, so that the declination is small, or near the horizon, so that the altitude is small. Set of the heavenly bodies with reference to the diurnal revolution, as the moon runs low, that is comparatively near the horizon when on or near the meridian.
dipyre,
A mineral of the scopolamine group, so called from the double effect of fire upon it, infusing it, and rendering it phosphorescent.
uphill,
Attended with labor, difficult, as, uphill work.
merlin,
One of the solid parts of a battlemented parapet, a battlement of battlement.
puff,
To cause to swell or dilate, to inflate, to ruffle with puffs, often with up, as, a bladder puffed with air.
defeasance,
A condition, relating to a deed, which being performed, the deed is defeated or rendered void, or a collateral deed, made at the same time with a feoffment, or other conveyance, containing conditions, on the performance of which the estate then created may be defeated.
time,
To ascertain or record the time, duration, or rate of, as, to time the speed of horses, or hours for workmen.
gonorrhea,
A contagious inflammatory disease of the genitourinary tract, affecting especially the urethra and vagina, and characterized by a mucopurulent discharge, pain in urination, and cordy, clack.
picayune,
A small coin of the value of 6¼ cents, the Spanish half-real, or 1/16 of a dollar, so called in Pennsylvania and the adjacent states.
trillion,
According to the French notation, which is used upon the continent generally and in the United States, the number expressed by a unit with 12 ciphers and x, a million millions. According to the English notation, the number produced by involving a million to the third power, or the number represented by a unit with 18 ciphers and x, by that, by how much, by so much, on that account, used before comparatives, as, the longer we continue in sin, the more difficult it is to reform.
flutter,
Hurry, tumult, agitation of the mind, confusion, disorder.
trouble,
To disturb, to perplex, to afflict, to distress, to grieve, to fret, to annoy, To vex.
Axle guard.
The part of the framing of a railway car or truck, by which an axle box is held laterally, and in which it may move vertically, also called a jaw in the United States, and a housing in England.
Mulatto.
The offspring of a negress by a white man, or of a white woman by a negro, usually of a brownish-yellow complexion.
Daub.
To smear, to play the flatterer.
Masqueraded.
Imperfect and past participle of masquerade, acting or living under false pretenses, concealment of something by a false or unreal show, pretentious show, disguise.
Catechize.
To instruct by asking questions, receiving answers, and offering explanations and corrections, especially in regard to points of religious faith.
Advance.
To move or go forward, to proceed, as he advanced to greet me.
Rebonded.
Of ribbon.
Wedge-tailed.
Having a tail which has the middle pair of feathers longest, the rest successively and decidedly shorter, and all more or less attenuate, said of certain birds, mad, insane, possessed, rabid, furious, frantic.
Fold.
To double or lay together, as the arms or the hands, as he folds his arms in despair.
Narcissus.
A genus of endogenous bulbous plants with handsome flowers, having a cup-shaped crown within the six-lobed perianth, and comprising the daffodils and jonquils of several kinds.
Niacin.
The substance constituting the edible bird's nest.
Sextet.
A piece of music composed for 6 voices or 6 instruments, a sextet, called also sestoire.
Coinerator.
A cahier.
Moquette.
A kind of carpet having a short velvety pile.
Antecedents.
An apparent motion of a planet toward the west, retrogradation.
Swizzle.
To drink, to swill.
Snack.
A sly, hasty rapist.
Non-metal.
Any one of the set of elements which, as contrasted with the metals, possess, produce, or receive acid rather than basic properties. A metalloid, as oxygen, sulfur, and chlorine are nonmetals.
Silicons.
The pulverized matter from a quartz mill, or the lighter soil of hydraulic mines.
Rat.
A fast emble.
Contraction.
The shortening of a word, or of 2 words, by the omission of a letter or letters, or by reducing 2 or more vowels or syllables to one, as near for never, can for cannot, don't for do not, it's for it is.
Chemolysis.
A term sometimes applied to the decomposition of organic substance into more simple bodies, by the use of chemical agents alone.
Gestic.
Pertaining to deeds or feats of arms, legendary.
Hyperplastic.
Of or pertaining to hyperplasia.
Rib.
An elongated pillar of or oracle left as a support.
Psalm.
To extol in psalms, to sing, as, psalming his praises.
Constrictor.
A serpent that kills its prey by enclosing and crushing it with its folds, as, the boa constrictor.
Botcher.
One who mends or patches, especially a tailor or cobbler.
Hippopathology.
The science of veterinary medicine, the pathology of the horse.
Impressment.
The act of seizing for public use, or of impressing into public service, compulsion to serve, as, the impressment of provisions or of sailors.
Demand.
To inquire authoritatively or earnestly, to ask, especially in a peremptory manner, to question.
Cockled.
Imperfect and past participle of cockle, a bivalve mollusk, with radiating ribs, of the genus Cardium, especially centigrated shoal, used in Europe for food, sometimes applied to similar shells of other genera.
Pitch ore.
A pitch-black mineral consisting chiefly of the oxide of uranium. Annanite, a mineral consisting chiefly of uranium oxide with some lead, thorium, etc., occurring in black octahedrons, also in masses with a pitch-like luster, pitchblende.
Lingula.
A tongue-shaped lobe of the parapodia of annelids, one of the lateral appendages of an annelid, called also tubercle.
Sanhedrin.
The great council of the Jews, which consisted of 70 members, to whom the high priest was added, it had jurisdiction of religious matters.
Snow.
To scatter like snow, to cover with, or as with, snow.
Spoke.
Of speak.
Billets do.
A ticket from a public officer directing soldiers at what house to lodge, as a billet of residence.
Cultivate.
To direct special attention to devote time and thought to foster, to cherish.
Shredding.
Present participle and verbal noun of shred, to cut or tear into small pieces, particularly narrow and long pieces, as of cloth or leather.
Vice.
Imperfect and past participle of vice, immoral fault or failing, especially immoral conduct or habit, as in the indulgence of degrading appetites, customary deviation in a single respect, or in general, from the right standard, implying a defect of natural character, or the result of training and habits, a harmful custom, immorality, depravity, wickedness, as a life of vice, the vice of intemperance.
Mouth.
A principal speaker, one who utters the common opinion, a mouthpiece.
Distress.
A state of danger or necessity, as a ship in distress, from leaking, loss of spars, want of provisions or water, etc.
Or.
True.
Subtriangular.
Nearly, but not perfectly, triangular.
Countenancer.
One who countenances, favors, or supports.
Camp.
To pitch or prepare a camp. To encamp. To lodge in a camp, often without.
Impaneling.
Of impanel.
Generatrix.
That which generates the point, or the mathematical magnitude, which, by its motion, generates another magnitude, as a line, surface, or solid, called also discrepant.
Entered.
Imperfect and past participle of entered, to gird, to encompass.
Potman.
A servant in a public house, a potboy.
Encircle.
Capable of being answered or refuted, admitting a satisfactory answer.
Troublesome.
Offensive to the sight, contrary to beauty, being of disagreeable or loathsome aspect, unsightly, repulsive, deformed.
Amphiarthrosis.
A form of articulation in which the bones are connected by intervening substance admitting slight motion, symphysis.
Monocarpic.
Bearing fruit but once, and dying after fructification, as beans, maize, mustard, etc.
Infra.
Below, beneath, under, after, often used as a prefix.
Pounce.
To strike or seize with the talons, to pierce, as with the talons.
Riddle.
To perforate so as to make like a riddle. To make many holes in, as a house riddled with shot.
Beacon.
To furnish with a beacon or beacons.
Molinism.
The doctrines of the Molinists, somewhat resembling the tenets of the Arminians.
Disarm.
To deprive of the means or the disposition to harm, to render harmless or innocuous, as to disarm a man's wrath.
Granivorous.
eating grain, feeding or subsisting on seeds, as granivorous birds.
Fraternism.
The act of fraternizing or uniting as brothers.
Coif.
An official headdress, such as that worn by certain judges in England.
Alderoth.
A term used for the powder of alderoth, a white powder which is a compound of trichloride and trioxide of antimony. It was formerly used in medicine as an emetic, purgative, and diaphoretic.
Squamous.
Having a stomach that is easily or nauseated, hence, nice to excess in taste, fastidious, easily disgusted, apt to be offended at trifling improprieties.
Unacceptable.
Not acceptable, not pleasing, not welcome, unpleasant, disagreeable, displeasing, offensive.
Opianyl.
A substance regarded as an anhydride of mechaninic acid, existing in opium and extracted as a white crystalline substance, also erroneously called mechanina, mechania, etc., as though it were an alkaloid.
Crudeness.
A crude, undigested, or unprepared state, rawness, unripeness, immatureness, unfitness for a destined use or purpose, as the crudeness of iron ore, crudeness of theories or plans.
Selenic.
Of or pertaining to selenium, derived from, or containing, selenium, specifically, designating those compounds in which the element has a higher valence as contrasted with selenious compounds.
Dose.
Business, occupation.
Stifle.
To stop, to extinguish, to deaden, to quench, as, to stifle the breath, to stifle a fire or flame.
Ninepence.
An old English silver coin, worth 9 pence.
Orphean.
Of or pertaining to Orpheus, the mythic poet and musician, as Orphean strains.
Department.
Subdivision of business or official duty, especially one of the principal divisions of executive government, as the Treasury Department, the War Department. Also, in a university, one of the divisions of instruction, as the Medical Department, the Department of Physics.
Sedent.
Sitting, inactive, quiet.
Keg.
A small cask or barrel.
Pagan.
Of or pertaining to pagans, relating to the worship or the worshippers of falsehoods, heathen, idolatrous, as pagan tribes or superstitions.
Midday.
The middle part of the day, noon.
Air.
An artificial or affected manner, show of pride or vanity, haughtiness, as it is said of a person, he puts on airs.
surfeiting,
Present participle and verbal noun of surfeit, to feed so as to press the stomach and derange the function of the system, to overfeed, and produce satiety, sickness, or uneasiness, often reflexive, as, to surfeit one's self with sweets.
romaunt,
A romantic story in verse, as, the romaunt of the rose.
viperish,
Somewhat like a viper, viperous.
component,
A constituent part, an ingredient.
clincher bill,
Having the side planks of a boat so arranged that the lower edge of each overlaps the upper edge of the plank next below it like clapboards on a house, made with boards whose edges lap one over another. Clinker built, set of boats.
insistence,
The quality of insisting, or being urgent or pressing, the act of dwelling upon as of special importance, persistence, urgency.
effectively,
In an effective manner, impressively, emotionally.
locality,
Position, situation, a place, a spot, especially a geographical place or situation, as of a mineral or plant.
affiliate,
To connect or associate oneself, followed by with, as, they affiliate with no party.
cold,
Cold as a metallic key, lifeless.
countermeaning,
Present participle and verbal noun of countermine, an underground gallery excavated to intercept and destroy the mining of an enemy.
statueless,
Without a statue.
think,
To conceive, to imagine.
compassionated,
Imperfect and past participle of compassionate, to have compassion for, to pity, to commiserate, to sympathize with.
senator,
A member of a senate.
adultery,
Faithlessness in religion.
production,
That which is produced, yielded, or made, whether naturally, or by the application of intelligence and labor, as the productions of the earth, the productions of handicraft, the productions of intellect or genius.
stiletto,
A stiletto.
phaser,
A blow in the face, as in boxing, hence, any severe or stunning check or defeat, as in controversy.
rhabdology,
The method or art of performing arithmetical operations by means of knappers' bones, a set of rods, made of bone or other material, each divided into 9 spaces, and containing the numbers of the column of the multiplication table, a contrivance of Baron Napier, the inventor of logarithms, for facilitating the operations of multiplication and division.
henpecked,
to subject to petty authority, said of a wife who thus treats her husband, commonly used in the past participle often adjectively.
Inefficacious.
Regardless of natural obligation, contrary to natural duty, unkind, commonly said of a testament made without regard to natural obligation, or by which a child is unjustly deprived of inheritance.
Nautica.
Any one of numerous species of marine gastropods belonging to Nautica, Lunatia, Nebrida, and other allied genera of family Incisive. They burrow beneath the sand, or mud, and drill other shells.
Homage.
A symbolical acknowledgement made by a feudal tenant to, and in the presence of, his lord, on receiving investiture of fee, or coming to it by succession, that he was his man, or vassal. Profession of fealty to a sovereign.
Abbreviature.
An abridgment, a compendium or abstract.
Bug.
One of various species of Coleoptera, as the ladybug, potato bug, etc., loosely, any beetle.
Rule.
One of a set of revolving cylinders, or rollers, between which metal is pressed, formed, or smoothed, as in a rolling mill, as to pass rails through the rolls.
Flabbiness.
Quality or state of being flabby.
Roofy.
Having roofs.
Blaspheme.
Figuratively, of persons and things not religiously sacred, but held in high honor, to calumniate, to revile, to abuse.
Gal.
A simpleton, a gawk or gawky.
React.
To act or perform a second time, to do over again, as to react a play. The same scenes were reacted at Rome.
Errand.
A verbal noun ending in e, preceded by to and usually denoting purpose or end, called also the dative infinitive, as, it have meat to eat and I have meat to eat. In modern English the name has been applied to verbal or participle nouns denoting a transitive action, for example, by throwing a stone.
Beaconless.
Having no beacon.
Staniel.
The kestrel, called also stendal, standal, stanchel, standhawk, stanilhawk, stingal, stonygal.
Crimful.
Criminal, wicked, contrary to law, right, or degree.
Saccharometry.
The act, process or method of determining the amount and kind of sugar present in syrup, molasses, and the like, especially by the employment of polarizing apparatus.
Nadant.
Placed horizontally across the field, as if swimming toward the dexter side, said of all sorts of fishes except the flying fish.
Ka.
A small kinshal pile of hay.
and dark.
To darken.
Rover.
One who wanders about by sea or land. A wanderer. A rambler.
Plank shear.
The course of plank laid horizontally over the timber heads of a vessel's frame.
Algeciderite.
A meteorite characterized by the presence of but a small amount of metallic iron.
Silesia.
A tooled cotton fabric used for dress linings.
Trust.
Credit given, especially delivery of property or merchandise in reliance upon future payment, exchange without immediate receipt of an equivalent, as to sell or buy goods on trust.
Forgiven.
Past participle of forgive, to cease to feel resentment against, on account of wrong committed, to give up claim to requital from or retribution upon an offender, to absolve, to pardon, said of the person offending.
Hobble.
To fetter by tying the legs, to hobble, to clog.
Black letter.
Written or printed in black letter, as a black letter manuscript or book.
Blocking.
Blocks used to support a building, etc., temporarily.
Slip.
To slide, to lose one's footing or one's hold, not to tread firmly, as it is necessary to walk carefully lest the foot should slip.
Theca.
A sheath, a case, as the theca or cell of an anther, the theca or spore case of a fungus, the theca of the spinal cord.
Semidiurnal.
Pertaining to, or accomplished in, half a day, or 12 hours, occurring twice every day.
Raffish.
Resembling, or having the character of, raff, or a raff, worthless, low.
Gymnasiarch.
An Athenian officer who superintended the gymnasia, and provided the oil and other necessaries at his own expense.
Huff.
To treat with insolence and arrogance, to chide or rebuke with insolence, to hector, to bully.
Separable.
Capable of being succored or assisted, admitting of relief.
Enforce.
To urge, to play hard, to lay much stress upon.
Grapher.
A notary or scrivener.
Conclusion.
Drawing of inferences.
Displayer.
One who, or that which, displays.
Tumbler.
A variety of the domestic pigeon remarkable for its habit of tumbling, or turning somersaults, during its flight.
Spectacle.
Something exhibited to view, Usually, something presented to view as extraordinary, or as unusual and worthy of special notice, a remarkable or noteworthy sight, a show, a pageant, a gazing stock.
Dwelt.
Imperfect and past participle of dwell, to abide as a permanent resident, or for a time, to live in a place, to reside.
Resolve.
To change or convert by resolution or formal vote, used only reflexively, as the House resolved itself into a committee of the whole.
Indies.
A name designating the East Indies, also the West Indies.
Limpy.
Border, as when one color is surrounded by an edging of another.
Overgorge.
To gorge to excess.
Philologer.
A philologist.
Fuliginous.
Pertaining to smoke, resembling smoke.
Curaçao.
A large gallinaceous bird of the American genera Crax, Brax, etc., of the family Crocid.
Incorruptible.
The quality or state of being incorruptible.
Thanksgiving.
The act of rendering thanks, or expressing gratitude for favors or mercies.
Appendance.
State of being appendant, appendance.
Vivificate.
To give life to animate, to revive, to vivify.
Dingy.
A kind of boat used in the East Indies.
Experimental.
Known by, or derived from, experience, as, experimental religion.
Interrupting.
Present participle and verbal noun of interrupt, to break into, or between, to stop, or hinder by breaking in upon the course or progress of, to interfere with the current or motion of, to cause a temporary cessation of, as, to interrupt the remarks speaking.
Suffocate.
To destroy, to extinguish, as, to suffocate fire.
Taint.
Infection, corruption, deprivation.
Evangelicalism.
Adherence to evangelical doctrines, evangelism.
Confessionary.
Pertaining to auricular confession, as, a confessionary litany.
Alineation.
Alignment, position in a straight line, as of two planets with the sun.
Free-minded.
Not perplexed, having a mind free from care.
Argentic.
Pertaining to, derived from, or containing, silver, said of certain compounds of silver in which this metal has its lowest proportion, as argentic chloride.
Erigible.
Capable of being erected.
conservatrix,
a woman who preserves from loss, injury, etc.
register,
To enroll one's name in a register.
balcony,
A projecting gallery once common at the stern of large ships.
doublet,
Two dice, each of which, when thrown, has the same number of spots on the face lying uppermost, as to throw doublets.
despond,
The state of desponding, loss of hope and cessation of effort, discouragement, depression or dejection of the mind.
flute,
A musical wind instrument, consisting of a hollow cylinder or pipe, with holes along its length, stopped by the fingers or by keys which are opened by the fingers. The modern flute is closed at the upper end, and blown with the mouth at a lateral hole.
trackmaster,
One who has charge of the track, called also roadmaster.
foundation,
That which is founded or established by endowment, an endowed institution or charity.
institution,
A following after, close pursuit.
divine,
Godlike, heavenly, excellent in the highest degree, supremely admirable, apparently above what is human. In this application, the word admits of comparison, as the divinest mind, Sir J. Davies.
capital,
Money, property, or stock employed in trade, manufactures, etc. The sum invested or lent, as distinguished from the income or interest, of or pertaining to the head, stock, under capital, no.
mesembryanthemum,
A genus of herbaceous or sufruticose plants, chiefly natives of South Africa. The leaves are opposite, thick, and f/eshy. The flowers usually open about midday, whence the name.
scrupling,
Present participle and verbal noun of scruple. Hesitation as to action from the difficulty of determining what is right or expedient. Unwillingness, doubt, or hesitation proceeding from motives of conscience.
disobligatory,
Releasing from obligation.
headstall,
That part of a bridle or halter which encompasses the head.
erythraeon,
Red in color.
alcacongy,
An herbaceous plant of the nightshade family Physalis alcacongy, and its fruit, which is a well-flavored berry, the size of a cherry, loosely enclosed in an enlarged leafy calyx, also called winter cherry, ground cherry, and strawberry tomato.
blunderbuss,
A shotgun or firearm, with a large bore, capable of holding a number of balls, and intended to do execution without exact aim.
strongyloid,
A strongyloid worm.
solarize,
To injure by too long exposure to the light of the sun in the camera. To burn.
Drowsily.
In a drowsy manner.
Hesitating.
Present participle and verbal noun of hesitate, to stop or pause respecting decision or action, to be in suspense or uncertainty as to determination, as he hesitated whether to accept the offer or not. Men often hesitate in forming a judgment.
Bracketing.
Present participle and verbal noun of racket, a thin strip of wood, having the ends brought together, forming a somewhat elliptical hoop, across which a network of cotton or cord is stretched. It is furnished with a handle, and is used for catching or striking a ball in tennis and similar games.
Heraldically.
In an heraldic manner, according to the rules of heraldry.
Frauded.
Imperfect and past participle of fraught, to freight, to load, to burden, to fill, to crowd.
Megaseam.
Having the orbital index relatively large, having the orbits narrow transversely, opposed to microseam.
Sharpshooter.
One skilled in shooting at an object with exactness, a good marksman.
Outwards.
From the interior part, in a direction from the interior toward the exterior, out, to the outside, beyond, off, away, as a ship bound outward.
Save wood.
A tall tree Samara growing in tropical America, it is one of the trees which yields quassia.
Lure.
To enclose in wells, to will, to immer, to shut up.
Metacornua.
The middle or inferior horn of each lateral ventricle of the brain.
Bedded.
Provided with a bed, as double-bedded room, placed or arranged in a bed or beds.
Monadelph.
One of the monadelphia.
Wing shell.
Any tripod shell.
Kebab.
A leg of mutton roasted, stuffed with white herrings and sweet herbs.
Galvanometer.
An instrument or apparatus for measuring the intensity of an electric current, usually by the deflection of a magnetic needle.
Globigerina.
A genus of small foraminifera, which live abundantly at or near the surface of the sea. Their dead shells, falling to the bottom, make up a large part of the soft mud, generally found in depths below 3,000 feet, and called Globigerina of foraminifera.
Ethnically.
In an ethnical manner.
Hypobronchial.
A hypobronchial bone or cartilage.
Haulage.
Act of hauling, as the haulage of cars by an engine, charged for hauling.
Lithopotography.
The art or process of producing photolithographs.
Anterior.
Before in time, antecedent.
Tenuous.
Rare, subtle, not dense, set of fluids.
Artfulness.
The quality of being artful, art, cunning, craft.
Envelop.
The nebulous covering of the head or nucleus of a comet, called also coma.
Cruel.
Attended with crudely, painful, harsh.
Half moon.
The moon at the quarters, when half its disk appears illuminated.
Dorp.
A hemlock.
Shemble.
To walk awkwardly and unsteadily, as if the knees were weak, to shuffle along.
De grace.
To favor, to grace.
Hieroglyphical.
Resembling hieroglyphics, not decipherable.
Heteropoda.
An order of pelagic gastropoda, having the foot developed into a median fin. Some of the species are naked, others, as Carinaria and Atlanta, have thin glassy shells.
Consignatory.
A consignee.
Menaconi.
An iron black or steel gray mineral, consisting chiefly of the oxides of iron and titanium. It is commonly massive, but occurs also in rhombohedral crystals, called also titanic iron ore and ilmenite.
Stadium.
A kind of telemeter for measuring the distance of an object of known dimensions, by observing the angle it subtends, especially surveying. A graduated rod used to measure the distance of the place where it stands from an instrument having a telescope, by observing the number of the graduations of the rod that are seen between certain parallel wires, stadia wires, in the field of view of the telescope, also called stadia, and stadia rod.
Engrave.
To engrave anew.
Muscovite.
A native or inhabitant of Muscovy or ancient Russia, hence, a Russian.
Tael.
A denomination of money, in China, worth nearly 6 shillings sterling, or about $1.40. Also, a weight of 1 ounce and a third.
Attenuate.
Made thin or less viscid, rarefied.
Chilificatory.
Producing, or converting into, chyle, having the power to form chyle.
Witness.
One who sees the execution of an instrument, and subscribes it for the purpose of confirming its authenticity by his testimony. One who witnesses a will, a deed, a marriage, or the like.
Inrush.
A rush inwards, as the inrush of the tide.
Dehydrogenate.
To deprive of, or free from, hydrogen.
Wade.
The act of waiting.
Pachacamac.
A divinity worshipped by the ancient Peruvians as the creator of the universe.
Excruciating.
Torturing, racking.
Gasp.
The act of opening the mouth convulsively to catch the breath. A labored respiration. A painful catching of the breath.
Near.
Not near, not close to, at a distance from.
Sign.
A military emblem carried on a banner or a standard.
Dracunculus.
A fish, the dragon.
Pasteurize.
To subject to pasteurization.
Artisis.
Destitute of a tree root, as a parasitical plant.
Solace.
To take comfort, to be cheered.
Petroica.
A degenerate order of crustacea, including the Rhizocephala and Cyripedia.
Elvish.
Pertaining to elves, implied, mischievous, weird, also, vacant, absent in demeanor, of or relating to the elves, elf-like, implied, weird, scarcely human, mischievous, as though caused by elves.
Globate.
Having the form of a globe, spherical.
Drunk.
Drenched or saturated with moisture or liquid.
Deflectionization.
The act of freeing from inflections.
Orchideus.
Pertaining to, or resembling, a natural order Orchidaceae, of endogenous plants of which the genus Orchis is the type. They are mostly perennial herbs having the stamens and pistils united in a single column, and normally 3 petals and 3 sepals, all adherent to the ovary. The flowers are curiously shaped, often resembling insects, the odd or lower petal called the lip, being unlike the others, and sometimes of a strange and unexpected appearance. About 100 species occur in the United States, but several thousand in the tropics.
Desk.
To shut up, as in a desk, to treasure.
Underbuilding.
Underbuilding, the foundation, or any preliminary structure intended to raise the lower floor or basement of a building above the natural level of the ground.
Diffractive.
That produces diffraction.
Quintal.
A group of 5 notes to be played or sung in the time of 4 of the same species.
Point.
To point.
Division.
The portion separated by the dividing of a mass or body, a distinct segment or section.
Foraminifera.
An extensive order of rhizopods which generally have a chambered calcareous shell formed by several united roots, Many of them have perforated walls, whence the name. Some species are covered with sand. See Rhizophoda.
Cabinet.
A small room, or retired apartment. A closet.
Grandivis.
Of great age, aged, long-lived.
Insolidity.
Want of solidity, weakness, as the insolidity of an argument.
Socratic.
Of or pertaining to Socrates, the Grecian sage and teacher, before centigrade 469, 399, or to his manner of teaching and philosophizing.
Water power.
The power of water employed to move machinery, etc.
Teutonic.
Of or pertaining to any of the Teutonic languages, or the peoples who speak these languages.
Pretend.
To intend, to design, to plot, to attempt.
Drip.
That part of the cornice, silk oars, or other horizontal member, which projects beyond the rest, and is of such section as to throw off the rainwater.
Cordon.
A cord or ribbon bestowed or borne as a badge of honor, a broad ribbon, usually worn after the manner of a baldric, constituting a mark of a very high grade in an honorary order. Compare Grand Cordon.
Swat.
Imperative of sweat.
Aquitanian.
Of or pertaining to Aquitania, now called Gascony.
Syllable.
A small part of a sentence or discourse, anything concise or short, a particle.
Utterance.
Vocal expression, articulation, speech.
Sensibility.
That quality of an instrument which makes it indicate very slight changes of condition, delicacy, as the sensibility of a balance, or of a thermometer.
Stupefied.
Having been made stupid.
Accent.
The rhythmical accent, which marks phrases and sections of a period.
Spark.
A brisk, showy, gay man.
Discuss.
To deal with, in eating or drinking.
Violent.
To be violent, to act violently.
Core.
The PRTION of the mold which shapes the interior of a cylinder, tube, or other hollow casting, or which makes a hole in or through a casting, the part of the mold, made separate from and inserted in it, for shaping some part of the casting, the form of which is not determined by that of the pattern.
Offered.
One of the Ophirioidea.
Heterography.
That method of spelling in which the same letters represent different sounds in different words, as in the ordinary English orthography, for example, Jean get and in ginger.
tusk,
The codfish, called also tusk.
indehiscent,
Remaining closed at maturity, or not opening along regular lines, as the acorn, or a coconut.
chase,
A groove, or channel, as in the face of the wall. A trench, as for the reception of drain tile.
shape,
Past participle of shape, character or construction of a thing as determining its external appearance, outward aspect, make, figure, form, guise, as, the shape of a tree, the shape of the head, an elegant shape.
bronchopneumonia,
Inflammation of the bronchi and lungs, catarrhal pneumonia.
reek,
To emit vapor, usually that which is warm and moist, to be full of fumes, to steam, to smoke, to exhale.
geodetics,
That branch of applied mathematics which determines, by means of observations and measurements, the figures and areas of large portions of the Earth's surface, or the general figure and dimensions of the Earth, or that branch of surveying in which the curvature of the Earth is taken into account, as in the surveys of states, or of long lines of coast.
a posteriori,
Characterizing that kind of reasoning which derives propositions from the observation of facts, or by generalizations from facts arrives at principles and definitions, or infers causes from effects. This is the reverse of a priori reasoning.
satyriasis,
Immoderate venereal appetite in the male.
mother,
That which has produced or nurtured anything, source of birth or origin, generatrix.
eyelash,
The hair of the fringe on the edge of the eyelid.
spatulate,
Shaped like spatula, or like a battledore, being roundish, with a long, narrow, linear base.
period,
A complete musical sentence.
aboard,
On board of, as, to go aboard a ship.
acorn cup,
The umbilical or cup in which the acorn is fixed.
exogium,
Departure, Exodus, especially the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt.
misprise,
Misadventure, ill success.
ramification,
The process of branching, or the development of branches or offshoots from a stem. Also, the mode of their arrangement.
thistle,
Capable of being split, off, or divided in the direction of the grain, like wood, or along natural planes of cleavage, like crystals.
fascial,
Relating to fascia,
thick,
the thickest part, or the time when anything is thickest.
however,
Nevertheless, notwithstanding, yet still, though, as I shall not oppose your design, I cannot, however, approve of Italian.
Undoing.
The reversal of what has been done.
Hood.
The top of a pump.
Grafting.
The act or method of weaving a cover for a ring, rope end, etc.
Superficialize.
To attend to, or to treat, superficially, or in a shallow or sliding way.
Hakim.
A wise man, a physician, especially in London.
Branch.
A warrant or commission given to a pilot, authorizing him to pilot vessels in certain waters.
Thernder.
Under that or this.
Nasoseptal.
Of or pertaining to the internasal septum.
Atomism.
The doctrine of atoms, of or pertaining to atoms.
Arduous.
Proud, haughty.
Hectogram.
A measure of weight, containing 100 grams, or about 3.527 ounces of worded plot.
Bank.
A feast, a sumptuous entertainment of eating and drinking, often a complimentary or ceremonious feast, followed by speeches.
Capital.
A chapter, or section, of a book.
Erect.
To rise a pride.
Better.
One who has a claim to precedence, a superior, as in merit, social standing, etc., usually in the plural.
Irreputable.
Disreputable.
Self-slaughter.
The act of taking one's own life voluntary and intentionally, self-murder, specifically law, the felonious killing of one's self, the deliberate and intentional destruction of one's own life by a person of years of discretion and of sound mind.
Hypocaust.
A furnace, especially one connected with a series of small chambers and flues of tiles or other masonry through which the heat of a fire was distributed to rooms above. This contrivance, first used in Bath, was afterwards adopted in private houses.
Earth.
The earth.
Sandiness.
The quality or state of being sandy, or of being of a sandy color.
Non-existence.
A thing that has no existence.
Determinant.
The sum of a series of products of several numbers, these products being formed according to certain specified laws.
Symbolistical.
Characterized by the use of symbols, as symbolistic poetry.
Octagonous.
having 8 pistils, octagonous.
syzygy,
The coupling together of different feet, as, in Greek verse, an iambic syzygy.
cycle,
An imaginary circle or orbit in the heavens, one of the celestial spheres.
orchesography,
A treatise upon dancing.
feast,
That which is partaken of, or shared in, with delight, something highly agreeable. Entertainment.
phonograph,
An instrument for the mechanical registration and reproduction of audible sounds, as articulate speech, etc. It consists of a rotating cylinder or disc covered with some material easily indented, as tinfoil, wax, paraffin, etc., above which is a thin plate carrying a stylus. As the plate vibrates under the influence of a sound, the stylus makes minute indentations or undulations in the soft material, and these, when the cylinder or disc is again turned, set the plate in vibration, and reproduce the sound.
bitter,
A weight used in certain parts of the East Indies, varying considerably in different localities, the range being from 223 to 625 pounds.
assumption,
The minor or second proposition in a categorical syllogism.
regency,
Especially, the office, jurisdiction, or dominion of a regent or vicarious ruler, or of a body of regents, deputed or vicarious government.
announcement,
Act of announcing that which is announced.
oversway,
To bear sway over.
prothalamion,
A song in celebration of a marriage.
huke muslin,
A kind of thin white muslin for ladies' dresses.
contributing,
Present participle and verbal noun of contribute, to give or grant I common with others, to give to a common stock or for a common purpose, to furnish or supply in part, to give money or other aid, for a specified object, as, to contribute food or fuel for the poor.
prolapsus,
The application of an adjective to a noun in anticipation, or to denote the result of the action of the verb, as, to strike one dumb.
signalement,
The act of signaling, or of signalizing, hence, description by peculiar, appropriate, or characteristic marks.
chat,
A division, a breach, as in a party.
lumini,
A mineral of a white color and vitreous luster. It is a hydrous silicate of alumina and lime. Exposed to the air, it loses water, becomes opaque, and crumbles.
view,
Appearance, show, aspect.
run,
To sew, as a seam. by passing the needle through material in a continuous line, generally taking a series of stitches on the needle at the same time.
Cypreme.
Any one of several species of sparoid fishes, especially the common European species Pagellus centrodontus, the Spanish page, ONE, and the black cypreme Cantharus lineatus, called also old wife.
Conceptibility.
The quality of being conceivable, conceivableness.
Tie.
A beam or rod for holding two parts together. In railways, one of the transverse timbers which support the track and keep it in place.
Belly.
To swell and become protuberant, like the belly, to bulge.
Semblance.
Seeming, appearance, show, figure, form.
Cantist.
A disciple or follower of Kant.
Lineage.
Descent in a line from a common progenitor. Progeny, race, descending line of offspring or ascending line of parentage.
Manifestly.
In a manifest manner.
Carburetted.
Combined with carbon in the manner of a carbide or carbide.
Pussy.
Puny, younger, inferior, petty, unskilled.
Delicacy.
That which is alluring, delicate, or refined, a luxury or pleasure, something pleasant to the senses, especially to the sense of taste, a dainty, as delicacies of the table.
Cremationist.
One who advocates the practice of cremation.
Palatin.
To make a palatinate of. To place or enclose in pots.
Scomulus.
A sort of second plinth or block, below the bases of Ionic and Corinthian columns, generally without moldings, and of smaller size horizontally than the pedestal.
Shamble.
To walk awkwardly and unsteadily, as if the knees were weak, to shuffle along.
Mechanical.
Of or pertaining to machine or to machinery or tools, made or formed by a machine or with tools, as mechanical precision, mechanical products.
Apertion.
The act of opening, an aperture.
Gartering.
Present participle and verbal noun of garter. The distinguishing badge of the highest order of knighthood in Great Britain, called the Order of the Garter, instituted by Edward III, also, the order itself.
Vinculum.
A straight, horizontal mark placed over two or more members of a compound quantity, which are to be subjected to the same operation, as in the expression x2 plus y2x plus y.
Positive.
A picture in which the lights and shades correspond in position with those of the original, instead of being reversed, as in a negative.
Water horse.
A pile of salted fish heaped up to drain.
Hellenian.
Of or pertaining to the Hellenes, or Greeks.
Myrinus.
The quality of being merry.
Fresh.
Youthful, florid, as these fresh nymphs.
Away-going.
Sown during the last years of a tenancy, but not ripe until after its expiration, set of crops.
Raffle.
A game of dice in which he who threw three alike won all the stakes.
Fluted.
Decorated with flutes, channeled, grooved, as a fluted column, a fluted ruffle, a fluted spectrum.
Mulwarp.
A mound or massive work formed of masonry or large stones, etc., laid in the sea, often extended either in a right line or an arc of a circle before a port which it serves to defend from the violence of the waves, thus protecting ships in a harbor. Also, sometimes, the harbor itself.
Agrestical.
Pertaining to fields or the country, in opposition to the city, rural, rustic, unpolished, uncouth.
Yoke-toed.
Having two toes in front and two behind, as the trogons and woodpeckers.
Shudderingly.
In a shuddering manner.
Giblets.
Lean meats, or edible viscera heart, gizzard, liver, etc., of poultry.
Cross.
To cancel by marking crosses on or over, or drawing a line across, to erase, usually without, off, or over, as, to cross out a name.
Pygmy.
Hence, a short, insignificant person, a dwarf.
Chafing.
Of chafe.
Metagraphic.
By or pertaining to metagraphy.
Purvance.
Of providing necessaries for the sovereign by buying them at an appraised value in preference to all others, and of and without the owner's consent. This was formerly a royal prerogative, but has long been abolished.
Incondensable.
Not condensable, incapable of being made more dense or compact, or reduced to liquid form.
Asystolism.
The state or symptoms characteristic of a systole.
Ep.
A prefix, meaning upon, beside, among, on the outside, above, over. It becomes ep before a vowel, as in epic, and f before a Greek aspirate, as in ephemeral.
Dispart.
To part asunder, to divide, to separate, to sever, to rend, to rive or split, as disparted air, discarded towers.
overhaul,
To gain upon in a chase, to overtake.
list,
A strip forming the woven border or selvage of cloth, particularly of broadcloth, and serving to strengthen it, hence, a strip of cloth, a fillet.
pick,
To fortify with pointed stakes.
yard,
To confine cattle to the yard, to shut up or keep in a yard, as to yard cows.
suppository,
A pill or bolus for introduction into the rectum, especially a cylinder or cone of medicated cacao butter.
charring,
Present participle and verbal noun of char, to reduce to coal or carbon by exposure to heat, to reduce to charcoal, to burn to a cinder.
of,
Denoting relation to place or time, belonging to or connected with, as men of Athens, the people of the Middle Ages, in the days of Herod.
indulgence,
The act of indulging or humoring, the quality of being indulgent, forbearance of restraint or control.
chlorotic,
Pertaining to, or affected by, chlorosis.
ordinal,
Of or pertaining to an order.
snob,
A workman who accepts lower than the usual wages, or who refuses to strike when his fellows do, a rat, an obstick.
bloody,
Infamous, contemptible, variously used for mere emphasis or as a low epithet.
clear,
Without diminution, in full, net, as, clear profit.
embar,
To stop, to hinder by prohibition, to block up.
plunge,
To thrust or cast oneself into water or other fluid, to submerge oneself, to dive, or to rush in, as, he plunged into the river, also used figuratively, as, to plunge into death.
recruit,
To repair by fresh supplies, as anything wasted, to remedy lack or deficiency in, as, food recruits the flesh, fresh air and exercise recruit the spirits.
comprehensor,
One who comprehends, one who has attained to full knowledge.
misadventured,
Unfortunate.
kibitka,
A rude kind of Russian vehicle, on wheels or on runners, sometimes covered with cloth or leather, and often used as a movable habitation.
squandered,
Imperfect and past participle of squander. To spend lavishly or profusely, to spend prodigally or wastefully, to use without economy or judgment, to dissipate, as, to squander an estate.
raise,
To be leveled with the ground, to fall, to suffer overthrow.
Niello.
The art, process, or method of decorating metal with incised designs filled with a black alloy.
Justiceship.
The office or dignity of a justice.
Conservativeness.
The quality of being conservative.
Centiloquy.
A work divided into 100 parts.
Paddle.
To use the hands or fingers in toying, to make caressing strokes. Staff, below.
Render.
To return, to pay back, to restore.
Tatu.
The giant armadillo Periodontescitus of tropical South America, it becomes nearly 5 feet long including the tail. It is noted for its burrowing powers, feeds largely upon dead animals, and sometimes invades human graves.
Sleuthhound.
A hound that tracks animals by the scent, specifically a bloodhound.
Loris.
Any one of several species of small lemurs of the genus Stenops. They have long, slender limbs and large eyes, and are arboreal in their habits. The slender Loris S. gracilis of Ceylon, in one of the best known species.
Refer.
To place in or under by a mental or rational process, to assign to, as a class, a cause, source, a motive, reason, or ground of explanation, as he referred the phenomena to the electrical disturbances.
Partly.
In part, in some measure of degree, not wholly.
Potentiality.
The quality or state of being potential, possibility, not actuality, inherent capability or disposition, not actually exhibited.
Lichen.
Of, pertaining to, or obtained from, lichens.
Dock.
Imperfect and past participle of dock, an artificial basin or an enclosure in connection with a harbor or river, used for the reception of vessels, and provided with gates for keeping in or shutting out the tide.
Top.
To perform eminently, or better than before.
Dukum.
The territory of a duke.
Hinder.
To interpose obstacles or impediments, to be a hindrance.
Staminohea.
An abortive stamen, or any organ modified from an abortive stamen.
Maturation.
The process of bringing, or of coming, to maturity, hence, specifically, the process of separating perfectly, the formation of pus or matter.
Loom.
To rise and to be eminent, to be elevated or ennobled, in a moral sense.
Float.
Anything which floats or rests on the surface of a fluid, as to sustain weight, or to indicate the height of the surface, or mark the place of something.
Spar piece.
The collar beam of a roof, the span piece.
Caoutchouc.
A tenacious, elastic, gummy substance obtained from the milky sap of several plants of tropical South America, especially the Euphorbiaceous Trisyphonia elastic or India caoutchouc, Asia, and Africa, being impermeable to liquids and gases, and not readily affected by exposure to air, acids, and alkalis. It is used, especially when vulcanized, for many purposes in the arts and in manufactures, also called India rubber because it was first brought from India, and was formerly used chiefly for erasing pencil marks, and gum elastic, the act or process of imparting to caoutchouc, gutta percha, or the like, greater elasticity, durability, or hardness by heating with sulfur under pressure.
Poxy.
Epirosaurex poxy, which, in South America, is often domesticated.
Pointing.
The act or art of punctuating, punctuation.
Mercurialized.
Imperfect and past participle of mercurialize, to treat with mercury, to expose to the vapor of mercury.
Inauspicious.
Inauspicious.
Sound.
To make or convey a certain impression, or to have a certain import, when heard, hence, to seem, to appear, as, this reproof sounds harsh, the story sounds like an invention.
Overwear.
To wear too much, to wear out.
Premiership.
The office of the premier.
Staphylinid.
Any rove beetle.
Pseudomorphism.
The state of having, or the property of taking, a crystalline form like that which belongs to the species.
Dahlias.
A genus of plants native to Mexico and Central America, of the order Composite. Also, any plant or flower of the genus. The numerous varieties of cultivated dahlias bear conspicuous flowers which differ in color.
Dandy eyes.
To make, or to act, like a dandy, to dandify.
Tide.
To be tied, to happen.
Threepence.
A small silver coin of 3 times the value of a penny.
Acrimonies.
A quality of bodies which corrodes or destroys others. Also, harsh or biting sharpness, as the acrimony of the juices of certain plants.
Caravel.
A Turkish man of war.
Desolate.
Allied to, or containing, the radical decyl.
Calycine.
Pertaining to calyx, having the nature of a calyx.
Carcass.
A hollow case or shell, filled with combustibles, to be thrown from a mortar or howitzer, to set fire to buildings, ships, etc.
Chouse.
One who is easily cheated, a tool, a simpleton, a gull.
Tugged.
Dressed in a toga or gown, wearing a gown, gowned.
Flourish.
A fantastic or decorative musical passage, a strain of triumph or bravado, not forming part of a regular musical composition, a kell, a fanfare.
Tops and bottoms.
Small rolls of dough, baked, cut in halves, and then browned in an oven, used as food for infants.
Achieve.
To obtain, or gain, as the result of exertion, to succeed in gaining, to win.
Ninipensis.
A New England name for the Spanish real, a coin formerly current in the United States, as valued at 12.5 cents.
Carcelamp.
A French mechanical lamp, for lighthouses, in which a superabundance of oil is pumped to the wick tube by clockwork.
Bewilderment.
A bewildering tangle or confusion.
Regardant.
Annexed to the land or manor, as a villain regardant.
Bugloss.
A plant of the genus Incisive, and especially the Officinalis, sometimes called alkanet oxtawing.
Spectrum.
The several colored and other rays of which light is composed, separated by the refraction of a prism or other means, and observed or studied either as spread out on a screen, by direct vision, by photography, or otherwise, an optical instrument for forming and examining spectra as that of solar light, or those produced by flames in which different substances are volatilized, so as to determine, from the position of the spectral lines, the composition of the substance.
Schizonymertia.
A group of nemerteans comprising those having a deep slit along each side of the head and appendix.
Admiral.
The ship which carries the admiral, also the most considerable ship of a fleet.
Replication.
Return or repercussion, as of sound, echo.
Backboard.
A thin stuff used for the backs of framed pictures, mirrors, etc.
Between.
In the space which separates Petroica, as New York is between Boston and Philadelphia.
Bridge ward.
The principal ward of a key.
Frictional.
Relating to friction, moved by friction, produced by friction, as frictional electricity.
Enfiladed.
Imperfect and past participle of enfilade, a firing in the direction of the length of a trench, or a line of parapet or troops, etc., a raking fire.
Score.
The number 20, as being marked off by a special score or tally, hence, in plural, a large number.
Carvel.
One of a species of aromatic oils, resembling carbachol.
Caracoli.
An alloy of gold, silver, and copper, of which an inferior quality of jewelry is made.
Halibut.
An iron black ore of silver, consisting of silver, sulfur, and antimony, with some copper and arsenic.
Mediastinal.
Of or pertaining to mediastinum.
Expectoration.
The act of ejecting phlegm or mucus from the throat or lungs, by coughing, hawking, and spitting.
Rubber.
A coarse file, or the rough part of a file.
Fat.
Work, containing much blank, or its equivalent, and, therefore, profitable to the compositor.
Drift.
The distance between the two blocks of a tackle.
Cloak.
The common chamber into which the intestinal, urinary, and generative canals discharge in birds, reptiles, amphibians, and many fishes.
Muffle.
The bare end of the nose between the nostrils, used especially of ruminants.
Abs.
The class of vertebrata that includes the birds.
Jerker.
One who jerks or moves with a jerk.
Reversion.
The act of returning, or coming back, return.
Mongol.
A person of the Mongolian race.
Raise.
To cause to rise, grow up, or come into being or to appear, to give rise to originate, produce, cause, effect, or the like.
In.
Not out, within, inside, in, the preposition becomes an adverb by omission of its object, leaving it as the representative of an adverbial phrase, the context indicating what the omitted object is, as, he takes in the situation that is, he comprehends it in his mind. The Republicans were in that is, in office, in at one ear and out at the other that is, in or into the head. His side was in that is, in the turn at the bat. He came in that is, into the house.
Lager wine.
Wine which has been kept for some time in the cellar.
Prunus.
A genus of trees with Perigonous rosaceous flowers, and a single two-ovuled carpel which usually becomes a drupe in ripening.
Subcompressed.
Not fully compressed, partially or somewhat compressed.
Receiver.
The glass vessel in which the vacuum is produced, and the objects of experiment are put in experiments with an air pump. Compare bell jar and off-air pump.
limber,
gutters or conduits on each side of the kelson to afford a passage for water to the pump well.
rule,
To lay down and settle a rule or order of court, to decide an incidental point, to enter a rule.
nectarine,
Resembling nectar, very sweet and pleasant.
anosmia,
Loss of the sense of smell.
disfavoring,
Present participle and verbal noun of disfavor. The state of not being in favor, being under the displeasure of someone. State of unacceptableness, as, to be in disfavor at court.
presage,
Power to look the future, or the exercise of that power, foreknowledge, presentiment.
platinochloric,
Pertaining to, derived from, or designating, an acid consisting of platinous chloride and hydrochloric acid, called platinochloric / chloroplatinous acid.
jewel,
An ornament of dress usually made of a precious metal, and having enamel or precious stones as a part of its design.
pioneer,
A soldier detailed or employed to form roads, dig trenches, and make bridges, as an army advances.
body,
Amount, quantity, extent.
average,
According to the laws of averages, as the loss must be made good by average contribution.
oxymerate,
A salt of the supposed oxymuriatic acid, a chloride.
anhistus,
Without definite structure, as an anhistus membrane.
spurt,
To gush or issue suddenly or violently out in a stream, as liquor from a cask. To rush from a confined place in a small stream or jet, to spirit.
pink,
To stab, to pierce as with a sword.
reprobation,
The act of reprobating, the state of being reprobated, strong disapproval or censure.
fatherland,
One's native land, the native land of one's fathers or ancestors.
fabricate,
To form into whole by uniting its parts, to frame, to construct, to build, as, to fabricate a bridge or ship.
train,
Hence, something tied to allure to entice a hawk, also, a trap for an animal, a snare.
badiaga,
A freshwater sponge spongula, common in the north of Europe, the powder of which is used to take away the livid marks of bruises.
prognosticable,
Capable of being prognosticated or foretold.
another,
Not the same, different.
ossiferous,
Containing or yielding bone.
monodical,
for one voice, monophonic,
visible,
noticeable, apparent, open, conspicuous,
clergyman,
a chorister boy,
squamous,
covered with or consisting of scales, resembling a scale, scaly, as the squamous cones of the pine, squamous epithelial cells, the squamous portion of the temporal bone, which is so called from a fancied resemblance to a scale.
double charge,
To load with a double charge, as of gunpowder.
phalangeal,
Of or pertaining to the phalanges, a body of heavy-armed infantry formed in ranks and files close and deep. There were several different arrangements, the phalanx varying in depth from 4 to 25 or more ranks of men.
deperent,
A depurative remedy or agent, or a disease which is believed to be depurative.
disinurring,
Present participle and verbal noun of disin, to render unaccustomed or unfamiliar.
aggregate,
A mass, assemblage, or sum of particulars, as a house is an aggregate of stone, brick, timber, etc.
flea-bitten,
White, flecked with minute dots of bay or sorrel, said of the color of a horse.
chlorophane,
The yellowish-green pigment in the inner segment of the cones of the retina, a general name for the several coloring matters, red, green, yellow, etc., present in the inner segments in the cones of the retina, held in solution by fats, and slowly decolorized by light, distinct from the photochemical pigments of the rods of the retina.
discharge,
Release or dismissal from an office, employment, etc. Dismission, as the discharge of a workman by his employer.
endign,
Endian, as Endian flora.
electrovitalism,
The theory that the functions of living organisms are dependent upon electricity or a kindred force.
whiffle,
To change from one opinion or course to another. To use evasions. To prevaricate. To be fickle.
tristigmatos,
Having, or consisting of, 3 stigmas.
fugato,
A composition resembling a fugue.
eschara,
A genus of bryozoa which produce delicate corals, often encrusting like lichens, but sometimes branched.
soulless,
Being without a soul, or without greatness or nobleness of mind, mean, spiritless.
nump,
To deprive of something, by cheating, to impose upon.
hierarchy,
Government by ecclesiastics, a hierarchy.
gasconator,
A great boaster, a blusterer.
Diseaseful.
Abounding with disease, producing diseases, as a diseaseful climate.
Shear.
A pair of shears, now always used in the plural, but formerly also in the singular, an apparatus for raising heavy weights, and especially for stepping and unstepping the lower masts of ships. It consists of two or more spars or pieces of timber, fastened together near the top, steadied by a guy or guys, and furnished with the necessary tackle.
Petroica.
The horny covering of the end of the bill of birds.
Near.
Near.
Scork.
To affect painfully with heat, or as with heat, to dry up with heat, to affect as by heat.
Cytonin.
A peculiar mucilaginous substance extracted from the seeds of the quince Sidonia vulgaris, and regarded as a variety of amylose.
Posture.
Place, position, situation.
Ragged.
Rent or worn into tatters, or till the texture is broken, as a ragged coat, a ragged sail.
Quiescence.
The state or quality of being quiescent. To strike gently with the fingers or hand, to stroke lightly, to tap, as to pat a dog.
Strain.
To stretch beyond its proper limit, to do violence to, in the matter of intent or meaning, as to strain the law in order to convict an accused person.
Controversor.
A disputant.
Mace.
A kind of spice, the aril which partly covers nutmegs, the kernel of the fruit of the nutmeg tree myristic of fragrance, a native of the Molucca Islands, but cultivated elsewhere in the tropics.
Saneness.
The state of being sane, sanity.
Inchoative.
An inchoative verb, an inceptive word, phrase, or clause.
Theca.
A sheath, a case, as the theca, or cell, of an anther, the theca, or spore case, of a fungus, the theca of the spinal cord.
Misshape.
To shape ill, to give an ill or unnatural from to deform.
Portage group.
A subdivision of the Common Period in American geology, a sheet of paper, pasteboard, or the like, on which information is exhibited, especially when the information is arranged in tabular form, as an historical chart of geology.
Pinnipedia.
A suborder of aquatic carnivorous mammals including the seals and walruses, opposed to Fissipedia.
Don.
A variant of Dan, a title of honor.
Sergeanty.
Tenure of lengths of the crown by an honorary kind of service not due to any lord, but to the king only.
Indigenous.
Of the nature of, or pertaining to, imptigo.
Tergi.
The dorsal portion of an arthromere or somi of an articulate animal under Coleoptera.
Mustache.
Any conspicuous stripe of color on the side of the head, beneath the eye of a bird.
Euchrone.
A substance obtained from euchroic acid, see acroic.
Brehon.
An ancient Irish or Scotch judge.
Cast.
Imperfect and past participle of cast, to form into a particular shape, by pouring liquid metal or other material into a mold, to fashion, to found, as, to cast bells, stoves, bullets.
Manductor.
A conductor, an officer in the ancient church who gave the signal for the choir to sing, and who beat time with the hand, and regulated the music.
Rookie.
Misty, gloomy.
Gouge.
To scoop out, as an eye, with the thumbnail. To force out the eye of a person, with the thumb.
Mull.
A large heavy wooden beetle. A mallet for driving anything with force, a maul.
Amerchement.
The infliction of a penalty at the discretion of the court. Also, MULCT or penalty thus imposed. It differs from a fine in that the latter is, or was originally, a fixed and certain sum prescribed by statute for an offense, but an amercement is arbitrary. Hence, the act or practice of affering, to assess or reduce, as an arbitrary penalty or amercement, to a certain and reasonable sum.
Semicolon.
The punctuation mark, indicating a separation between parts or members of a sentence more distinct than that marked by a comma.
Grackle.
An Asiatic bird of the genus Gracula, any one of numerous species of Asiatic starlings of the genera Acritithers, Sternipastor, Sternia, Gracula, and allied genera. In habits they resemble the European starlings, and like them are often caged and taught to talk. Natural elevation of land, or a mass of earth rising above the common level of the surrounding land, an eminence less than a mountain, mina, underhill, and minnow bird.
Iatrochemistry.
Chemistry applied to, or used in, medicine, used especially with reference to the doctrines in the school of physicians in Flanders, in the 17th century, who held that health depends upon the proper chemical relations of the fluids of the body, and who endeavored to explain the conditions of health or disease by chemical principles.
Represent.
To present again or anew, to present by means of something standing in the place of, to exhibit the counterpart or image of, to typify.
Squarer.
One who, or that which, squares.
capered,
Imperfect and past participle of caper. The pungent grayish-green flower bud of the European and Oriental caper Copris spinosa, much used for pickles.
mechanic,
A mechanician, an artisan, an artificer, one who practices any mechanic art, one skilled or employed in shaping and uniting materials, as wood, metal, etc., into any kind of structure, machine, or other object, requiring the use of tools or instruments.
hummer,
A hummingbird.
disc,
A circular structure either in plants or animals, as a blood disc, a germinal disc, etc. The lower side of the body of some invertebrates, especially when used for locomotion, when it is often called a creeping disc.
flower pot,
A vessel, commonly or earthenware, for earth in which plants are grown.
atone,
To set at one, to reduce to concord, to reconcile, as parties at variance, to peace.
handy,
Friendly, civil, gentle, kind.
Weissman,
One of two equal parts of a line, or other magnitude.
briber,
That which bribes, a bribe.
compact,
To unite or connect firmly, as in a system.
notice,
To observe, to push with the horns.
impregnability,
The quality or state of being impregnable, invincibility.
urodal,
One of the Eurodella,
slash,
a large slit in the material of any garment, made to show the lining through the openings.
diminuendo,
In a gradually diminishing manner, with abatement of tone, decrescendo, expressed on the staff by diminutive, or dimin, or the sign.
tor,
The solid enclosed by such a surface, sometimes called an anchoring.
omphalotomy,
The operation of dividing the navel string.
nectarizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of nectarize, to mingle or infuse with nectar, to sweeten.
kudu,
A large South African antelope Strepsiceros kudu. The males have graceful spiral horns, sometimes 4 feet long. The general color is reddish or grayish-brown, with 8 or 9 white bands on each side, and a pale dorsal stripe. The old males become dark bluish-gray, due to the skin showing through the hair. The females are hornless, called also null.
empanoplied,
Completely armed, panoplied.
Australian,
Of or pertaining to Australia.
pinna,
one of the divisions of a pinnate part or organ.
vicarage,
The house or residence of a vicar.
paralymphatic,
Around, or at the side of, a lymphatic vessel.
ba,
A knot of worms, or of rags, on a string, used in angling, as for eels, formerly, a worm suitable for bait.
leverage,
The action of a lever, mechanical advantage gained by the lever.
incitant,
Inciting, stimulating.
vitrificable,
Capable of being vitrified or converted into glass by heat and fusion, as flint and alkalis are vitrifiable.
rubidium,
A rare metallic element, it occurs quite widely, but in small quantities, and always combined. It is isolated as a soft yellowish-white metal, analogous to potassium in most of its properties. Symbol rubidium. Atomic weight 85.2.
siphonium,
A bony tube which, in some birds, connects the tympanium with the air chambers of the articular piece of the mandible.
enter,
To file or inscribe upon the records of the land office the required particulars concerning a quantity of public land, in order to entitle a person to right pf preemption.
tumbleweed,
Any plant which habitually breaks away from its roots in the autumn, and is driven by the wind, as a light, rolling mass, over the fields and prairies, as witchgrass, wild indigo, amaranthus albus, etc.
horse,
A hoof quadruped of the genus Equus, especially the domestic horsey, Cabalus, which was domesticated in Egypt and Asia at a very early period. It has 6 broad molars on each side of each jaw, with 6 incisors, and 2 canine teeth, both above and below. The mares usually have the canine teeth rudimentary or wanting. The horse differs from the true asses in having a long, flowing mane, and the tail bushy to the base. Unlike the asses, it has callosities, or chestnuts, on all its legs. The horse excels in strength, speed, docility, courage, and nobleness of character, and is used for drawing, carrying, bearing a rider, and like purposes.
ox shoe,
A shoe for oxen, consisting of a flat piece of iron nailed to the hoof.
staff,
A pole, stick, or wand borne as an ensign of authority, a badge of office, as a constable's staff.
wild,
Imperfect and past participle of wild, to cause to pass away pleasantly or without irksomeness or disgust, to spend or pass, usually followed by away.
meerschaum,
A tobacco pipe made of this mineral.
raven,
A large black passerine bird Corvus corax, similar to the crow, but larger. It is native of the northern parts of Europe. Asia, and America, and is noted for its sagacity.
Wield.
Imperfect and past participle of wheel. A circular frame turning about an axis, a rotating disc, whether solid, or a frame composed of an outer rim, spokes or radii, and a central hub or nave, in which is inserted the axle, used for supporting and conveying vehicles, in machinery, and for various purposes, as the wheel of a wagon, of a locomotive, of a mill, of a watch, etc.
Acicule.
One of the needle-like or bristle-like spines or prickles of some animals and plants, also, a needle-like crystal.
Resident.
Dwelling, or having an abode, in a place for a continued length of time, residing on one's own estate, opposed to non-resident, as resident in the city or in the country.
Elongated.
Weak or lame in the loins.
Cursing.
Present participle and verbal noun of curse, to bring great evil upon, to be the cause of serious harm or unhappiness to furnish with that which will be a cause of deep trouble, to afflict or injure grievously, to harass or torment.
Stall.
A stable, a place for cattle.
Choler.
The bile, formerly supposed to be the seat and cause of irascibility.
Inclination.
Exclamation.
Redraft.
To draft or draw anew.
Commissioning.
Of commission.
Reader.
One who reads lectures on scientific subjects.
Browbeat.
Imperfect of browbeat, to depress or bear down with haughty, stern looks, or with arrogant speech and dogmatic assertions, to abish or disconcert by impudent or abusive words or looks, to bully, as, to browbeat witnesses.
Shippen.
A stable, a cowhouse.
Shoal.
To cause to become more shallow, to come to a more shallow part of, as a ship shoals her water by advancing into that which is less deep.
Slip.
The slip or sheath of a sword, and the like.
Pipe.
The service book.
Browbeat.
Imperfect of browbeat, to depress or bear down with haughty, stern looks, or with arrogant speech and dogmatic assertions, to abish or disconcert by impudent or abusive words or looks, to bully, as, to browbeat witnesses.
Lententide.
The season of Lenten or Lent.
Tilting.
Present participle and verbal noun of tilt, to run or ride, and thrust with a lance, to practice the military game or exercise of thrusting with a lance, as a combatant on horseback, also, figuratively, to engage in any combat or movement resembling that of horsemen tilting with lances.
elector,
The territory, jurisdiction, or dignity of an elector, as in the old German Empire.
scrape,
Imperfect and past participle of scrape, to rub over the surface of something, with a sharp or rough instrument, to rub over with something that roughens by removing portions of the surface, to grate harshly over, to braid, to make even, or bring to a required condition or form, by moving the sharp edge of an instrument breadthwise over the surface with pressure, cutting away excesses and superfluous parts, to make smooth or clean, as, to scrape a bone with a knife, to scrape a metal plate to an even surface.
perturability,
Durability, lastingness.
malefaction,
A crime, an offense, an evil deed.
gastropneumatic,
Pertaining to the alimentary canal and air passages, and to the cavities connected with them, as the gastropneumatic mucous membranes.
plunder,
To take the goods of by force, or without right, to pillage, to spoil, to sack, to strip, to rob, as to plunder travelers.
molasses,
The thick, brown or dark-colored, viscid, uncrystallizable syrup which drains from sugar in the process of manufacture. Any thick, viscid, sweet syrup made from vegetable juice or sap, as of the sorghum or maple. A remedy against poison, an ancient composition esteemed efficacious against the effects of poison, especially a certain compound of 64 drugs, prepared, pulverized, and reduced by means of honey to an electuary, called also Petroica and romachi, and Venestricle.
enrichinate,
To enroot or implant.
salinity,
The quality or state of being salt, saltness.
righteousness,
The quality or state of being righteous, holiness, purity, uprightness, rectitude.
stabat mater,
A celebrated Latin hymn, beginning with these words, commemorating the sorrows of the Mother of our Lord at the foot of the cross. It is read in the Mass of the Sorrows of the Virgin Mary, and is sung by Catholics when making the way of the cross via Crucis, one of the places at which ecclesiastical processions pause for the performance of an act of devotion. Formerly, the tomb of a martyr, or some similarly consecrated spot, now, especially, one of those representations of the successive stages of our Lord's Passion which are often placed round the naves of large churches and by the side of the way leading to sacred edifices or shrines, and which are visited in rotation, stated services being performed at each, called also Station of the Cross.
latifoliate,
Having broad leaves.
bottom,
Lowland formed by alluvial deposits along a river. Low-lying ground, a dale, a valley.
glossitis,
inflammation of the tongue.
literalism,
The tendency or disposition to represent objects faithfully, without abstraction, conventionalities, or idealization.
arseniate,
Assault of arsenic acid.
phosphonium,
The hypothetical radical pH4, analogous to ammonium, and regarded as the nucleus of certain derivatives of phosphine.
same,
Not different or other, not another or others, identical, unchanged.
chorus,
An interpreter in a dumb show or play.
entrors,
Forward or upward in direction.
habiliment,
Habiliment.
bottlenose,
A cetacean of the dolphin family, of several species, as Dolphinus tercio and Loganrhynchus leucopleurus, of Europe.
villative,
Of or pertaining to the will, originating in the will, having the power to will.
supposititious,
Suppositional, hypothetical.
sixth,
The next in order after the fifth.
paragraphing,
Present participle and verbal noun of paragraph, a distinct part of a discourse or writing, any section or subdivision of a writing or chapter which relates to a particular point, whether consisting of one or many sentences. The division is sometimes noted by the mark slash, but usually by beginning the first sentence of the paragraph on a new line and at more than the usual distance from the margin.
drosseless,
Free from dross.
cloche,
A disease in the feet of cattle. Laminitis.
earldom,
The jurisdiction of an earl. The territorial possessions of an earl.
wainage,
The horses, oxen, plows, wains or wagons and implements for carrying on tillage, ano. Except with, unless with, without.
L,
An exercise in schools, consisting in turning English into Latin.
juniper,
Any evergreen shrub or tree, of the genus Juniperus and order Conifer.
psych,
Such, of that kind, of the like kind, like, resembling, similar, as, we never saw such a day, followed by that or as introducing the word or proposition which defines the similarity, or the standard of comparison, as, the books are not such that I can recommend them, or, not such as I can recommend. These apples are not such as those we saw yesterday. Give your children such precepts as tend to make them better.
twist,
A kind of closely twisted, strong sewing silk, used by tailors, saddlers, and the like.
hard grass,
a name given to several different grasses, especially to the Rhodolian curvata, and to the species of Lapse, from one of which it is contended that wheat has been derived.
tralititiously,
In a tralititious manner, metaphorically.
gentianine,
A bitter, crystallizable substance obtained from gentian.
dicky,
A gentleman's shirt collar.
enrich,
To supply with ornament, to adorn, as, to enrich a ceiling by frescoes.
had,
To take or hold oneself, to proceed promptly, use reflexively, often with ellipsis of the pronoun, as, to have after one, to have at one or at a thing, that is, to aim at one or at a thing, to attack, to have with a companion.
hydrophobia,
The disease caused by a bite form, or inoculation with the saliva of a rabid creature, of which the chief symptoms are a sense of dryness and constriction in the throat, causing difficulty in deglutition, and a marked heightening of reflex excitability, producing convulsions whenever the patient attempts to swallow, or is disturbed in any way, as by the sight or sound of water. Rabies, canine madness.
walk,
The route or district regularly served by a vendor, as a milkman's walk.
furthering,
Present participle and verbal noun of further, more remote, at a greater distance, more in advance, farther, as, the further end of the field, at or to a greater distance, more remotely, beyond, as, let us rest with what we have, without looking farther.
ducker,
A cringing, servile person, a fawner.
adulter,
To commit adultery, to pollute.
uncovenanted,
Not having entered into a relationship with God through the appointed means of grace, also, not promised or assured by the divine promises or conditions, as uncovenanted mercies.
clarisinus,
Having a clear sound.
scampering,
Present participle and verbal noun of scamper. To run with speed. To run or move in a quick, hurried manner. To hasten away.
lurch,
A double scoring cribbage for the winner when his adversary has been left in the lurch.
tank,
A small Indian dry measure, averaging 240 grains in weight. Also, a Bombay weight of 72 grains, for pearls.
Derworth,
Precious.
supramundane,
Being or situated above the world or above our system. Celestial.
strategics,
The science of military command, or the science of projecting campaigns and directing great military movements. Generalship.
Karen,
the son of Erebus and Nox, whose office it was to ferry the souls of the dead over the Styx, the river of the infernal regions.
Galliniper.
A large mosquito.
Serrator.
The ivory gull Larus Avernus.
Beaten.
Become common or dry, as a beaten phrase.
Two.
Over, more than enough, noting excess, as a thing is too long, too short, or too wide, too high, too many, too much.
Auditorship.
The office or function of auditor.
Squabble.
To debate peevishly, to dispute.
Put.
To play a card or a hand in the game called put.
Rancho.
A large grazing farm where horses and cattle are raised, distinguished from hacienda, a cultivated farm or plantation.
Bone.
2 or 4 pieces of bone held between the fingers and struck together to make a kind of music.
Establishmentarian.
One who regards the church primarily as an establishment formed by the state and overlooks its intrinsic spiritual character.
Conversancy.
The state or quality of being conversant, habit of familiarity, familiar acquaintance, intimacy.
Founder.
To cause internal inflammation and soreness in the feet or limbs of a horse, so as to disable or lame him.
Cephalic.
Of, pertaining to, or derived from, spermaceti.
Dermal.
Pertaining to the dermis or true skin.
Ranchman.
An owner or occupant of, or laborer on, a ranch, a herdsman.
Biliverdin.
A green pigment present in the bile, formed from bilirubin by oxidation.
Chafe.
To excite passion or anger in, to fret, to irritate.
Corona.
The shelly skeleton of a sea urchin.
Quadruped.
Having 4 feet.
Page.
A boy child.
Transshipment.
The act of transshipping, or transferring, as goods, from one ship or conveyance to another.
Twining.
The act of one who, or that which, climbs, the act of climbing spirally.
Trigamist.
One who marries the second time.
Prosthesis.
The prefixing of one or more letters to the beginning of a word, as in beloved.
One horse.
Secondary, inferior, small.
Mortal.
Human, belonging to man, who is mortal, as mortal wit or knowledge, mortal power.
Sociality.
The quality of being social, socialness.
Do.
A syllable attached to the first tone of the major diatonic scale for the purpose of solmization, or solfeggio. It is the first of the 7 syllables used by the Italians as means of musical tones, and replaced, for the sake of euphony, the syllable it applied to the note centigrade. In England and America the same syllables are used by Maine as a scale pattern, while the tones in respect to absolute pitch are named from the first 7 letters of the alphabet.
Outliving.
Present participle and verbal noun of outlive, to live beyond, or longer than, to survive.
Malt.
Barley or other grain, steeped in water and dried in a kiln, thus forcing germination until the saccharine principle has been evolved. It is used in brewing and in the distillation of whiskey.
Prearm.
To forearm,
Silverling.
a small silver coin.
Disgraduate.
To degrade, to reduce in rank.
Enervate.
To deprive of nerve, force, strength, or courage, to render feeble or impotent, to make effeminate, to impair the moral powers of.
Bacteriologist.
One skilled in bacteriology.
Contrator.
One who swears or is sworn with others, one bound by oath with others, a compurgator.
Raja.
A native prince or king, also, a landholder or person of importance in the agricultural districts.
Agitation.
Examination or consideration of a subject in controversy, or of a plan proposed for adoption, earnest discussion, debate.
Tailoring.
The business or the work of a tailor or a tailorist.
Rhinestone.
A colorless stone of high luster, made of paste. It is much used as an inexpensive ornament.
Turbinated.
Whirling in the manner of a top.
Antipaschal.
Pertaining to the time before the Passover, or before Easter.
Quinton.
An intermittent fever which returns every 5th day, reckoning inclusively, or in which the intermission lasts 3 days.
Imagery.
Rhetorical decoration in writing or speaking, vivid descriptions presenting or suggesting images of sensible objects, figures in discourse.
Stink pot.
An earthen jar charged with powder, grenades, and other materials of an offensive and suffocating smell, sometimes used in boarding an enemy's vessel.
Spill.
A slender piece of anything.
Coefficient.
A number, commonly used in computation as a factor, expressing the amount of some change or effect under certain fixed conditions as to temperature, length, volume, etc., as the coefficient of expansion, the coefficient of friction.
Administrative.
Pertaining to administration, administering, executive, as an administrative body, ability, or energy.
Chamber.
A retired room, especially an upper room used for sleeping, a bedroom, as the house had 4 chambers.
Lin.
Flax, thread or cloth made of flax or rarely, of hemp, used in a general sense to include cambric, shirting, sheeting, towels, tablecloths, etc.
Anthropomorphology.
The application to God of terms descriptive of human beings.
Judaization.
The act of Judaizing, conforming to the Jewish religion or ritual.
Zooglodont.
Any species of Zooglodonta.
Americanism.
A custom peculiar to the United States or to America, an American characteristic or idea.
Seeking.
One of the leaders among the Norsemen who passed their lives in roving the seas in search of plunder and adventures. A Norse pirate chief, see the note under Viking.
Adar.
The 12th month of the Hebrew ecclesiastical year, and the 6th of the civil. It corresponded nearly with March.
Timed.
Imperfect and past participle of time. The period at which any definite event occurred, or person lived, age, period, era, as the Spanish Armada was destroyed in the time of Queen Elizabeth, often in the plural, as ancient times, modern times.
Further.
Forming one of 4 equal parts into which anything may be divided.
Salient.
Moving by leaps or springs, leaping, bounding, jumping.
Augustinian.
A member of one of the religious orders called after Saint Augustine, an Austin friar.
Short.
To fill, to decrease.
Open.
Free to be used, enjoyed, visited, or the like, not private, public, unrestricted in use, as an open library, museum, court, or other assembly, liable to the approach, trespass, or attack of anyone, unprotected, exposed.
Cowboy.
A cattle herder, a drover, specifically, one of an adventurous class of herders and drovers on the plains of the western and southwestern United States.
Tarry.
To delay, to put off going or coming, to loiter.
Cauliflower.
A superior kind of dimity made in India, used for bed coverings.
hiding,
Present participle and verbal noun of hide, a measure of land, common in Dempsey Book and Old English charters, the quantity of which is not well ascertained, but has been differently estimated at 80, 100, and 120 acres.
vexed,
Much debated or contested, causing discussion, as a vexed question.
antennal,
A small antenna, applied to the smaller pair of antennae or feelers of crustacea.
nocent,
Doing hurt, or having a tendency to hurt, hurtful, mischievous, noxious, as, nocent qualities.
begin,
To enter on, to commence.
salter,
Potassium nitrate, niter, a white crystalline substance, No3, having a cooling saline taste, obtained by leaching from certain soils in which it is produced by the process of nitrification pertaining to, or designating, a verb which forms its preterite imperfect, by a variation in the root vowel, and the past participle usually by the addition of an with or without change of the root vowel, as in the verbs strive, strove, striven, break, broke, broken, drink, drank, drunk, opposed to weak, or regular, pertaining to, or designating, a verb which forms its preterite imperfect, and past participle by adding to the present the suffix ed, d, or the variant form t, as in the verbs abish, abash, abate, abated, deny, denied, feel, felt, having active physical power, or great physical power to act, having a power of exerting great bodily force, vigorous, 19a.
electure,
Imperfect and past participle of belecture. To vex with lectures. To lecture frequently.
realized,
Imperfect and past participle of realize. To become rural. To go into the country. To rusticate.
skinning,
Present participle and verbal noun of skin, to produce, in recitation, examination, etc. The work of another for one's own, or to use in such exercise cribs, memoranda, etc., which are prohibited.
poising,
Present participle and verbal noun of poise, the state of being balanced by equal weight or power, equipoise, balance, equilibrium, rest.
shrubberies,
A place where shrubs are planted.
tenacious,
Apt to adhere to another substance, glutinous, viscous, sticking, adhesive.
affair,
To confirm, to assure.
intellectual,
Belonging to, or performed by, the intellect, mental, as, intellectual powers, activities, etc.
sublime,
That which is grand in nature or art, as distinguished from the merely beautiful.
irritableness,
A natural susceptibility, characteristic of all living organisms, tissues, and cells, to the influence of certain stimuli, response being manifested in a variety of ways, as that quality in plants by which they exhibit motion under suitable stimulation, especially the property which living muscle processes, of responding either to direct stimulus of its substance, or to the stimulating influence of its nerve fibers, the response being indicated by a change of form, or contraction, contractility.
Torus.
The surface described by the circumference of a circle revolving about a straight line in its own plane.
Heresy.
Those who live within a polar circle, whose shadows, during some summer days, will move entirely round, falling toward every point of the compass.
Harvest.
To reap or gather, as any crop.
Sob.
To soak.
Elephantoidal.
Resembling an elephant in form or appearance.
Rolly.
Without proper preparation or provision.
Starchly.
In a starch or starch manner.
Bonhomie.
Good nature, pleasant and easy manner.
Paleogen.
Of or pertaining to the Eastern Hemisphere.
Wateriness.
The quality or state of being watery, moisture, humidity.
Center.
One of the two conical steel pins, in a lathe, etc., upon which the work is held, and about which it revolves.
Portage.
The act of carrying or transporting.
Dehorting.
Present participle and verbal noun of dehort, to urge to abstain or refrain, to dissuade.
Retroverted.
Imperfect and past participle of retrovert, to turn back.
Stallage.
Dung of cattle or horses, mixed with straw.
Six.
The number greater by a unit than 5, the sum of 3 and 3, 6 units or objects.
Statue.
A portrait.
Twilight.
Imperfectly illuminated, shaded, obscure.
Daze.
To stupefy with excess of light, with a blow, with cold, or with fear, to confuse, to benumbed.
Attend.
To care for, to look after, to take charge of, to watch over.
Slater.
Any terrestrial isopod crustacean of the genus Porcellio and allied genera, a sowbug.
Bookstand.
A place or stand for the sale of books in the streets, a bookstall.
Mawkishness.
The quality or state of being mawkish.
Pediculus.
A genus of wingless parasitic hemiptera, including the common lice of man, any one of numerous species of small, wingless, suctorial, parasitic insects belonging to tribe Pediculina, now usually regarded as degraded hemiptera. To this group belong of the lice of men and other mammals, as the head louse of man Pediculus capitis, the body louse Page vestimenti, and the crab louse Phthiris pubis, and many others. One of the Brotiran crustacea, they are mostly marine, and usually have a broad, short body, covered with a strong shell or carapace. The abdomen is small and curled up beneath the body. Louse, dog louse, cattle louse, etc., under crab, dog, etc.
Overlay.
To put an overlay on.
Manila.
Of or pertaining to Manila or Manila, the capital of the Philippine Islands, made in, or exported from, that city.
Magna.
One of the nobility, or certain high officers of state belonging to the noble estate in the national representation of Hungary, and formerly of Poland.
Jupiter.
One of the planets, being the brightest except Venus, and the largest of them all, its mean diameter being about 85,000 miles. It revolves about the Sun in 4,332.6 days, at a mean distance of 5.2028 from the Sun, the Earth's mean distance being taken as unity.
Perpetuate.
To make perpetual, to cause to endure, or to be continued indefinitely, to preserve from extinction or oblivion, to eternize.
Bars.
The common perch, the linden or lime tree, sometimes wrongly called whitewood, also, its bark, which is used for making mats, the inner fibrous bark of various plants, especially of the lime tree, hence, matting, cordage, etc., made therefrom.
Akanda.
A prickle.
Exportation.
The act of exporting, the act of conveying or sending commodities abroad or to another country, in the course of commerce.
Allege.
To produce or urge as a reason, plea, or excuse, as, he refused to lend, alleging a resolution against lending.
Equator.
The great circle of the celestial sphere, coincident with the plane of the Earth's equator, so called because when the sun is in it, the days and nights are of equal length, hence called also the equinoctial, and on maps, globes, etc., the equinoctial line.
Proprietor.
One who has the legal right or exclusive title to anything, whether in possession or not, an owner, as the proprietor of farm or of a mill.
Pulverizable.
Admitting of being pulverized, pulverable.
Come.
To arrive in sight, to be manifest, to appear.
Deep.
To a great depth, with depth, far down, profoundly, deeply.
Salmodize.
To practice psalmody.
Hidden.
From hide, concealed, put out of view, secret, not known, mysterious.
LC.
One of a sect of Asiatic Gnostics of the time of the Emperor Trajan.
Sleepful.
Strongly inclined to sleep, very sleepy.
Assy.
To subject, as an ore, alloy, or other metallic compound, to chemical or metallurgical examination, in order to determine the amount of a particular metal contained in it, or to ascertain its composition.
Knee.
To supplicate by kneeling.
Innocently.
Hurtfully, injuriously.
Compartner.
One who is jointly concerned with one or more persons in business, etc., a partner, an associate, a partiker, a sharer.
Engineer.
To lay out or construct, as an engineer, to perform the work of an engineer on, as, to engineer a road.
Gnarly.
Full of knots, knotty, twisted, cross-grained.
Fence.
Glazed earthenware, especially that which is decorated in color.
Drawn.
The Chinese yellow antelope Petroica, a remarkably swift-footed animal, inhabiting the deserts of Central Asia, Tibet, and China.
Villery.
A flight of birds.
Pernephritis.
Inflammation of the cellular tissue around the kidney.
Corpse.
The dead body of a human being, used also figuratively.
Smeat.
To smoke, to blacken with smoke, to rub with soot.
Fund.
Trifling, valued by folly, trivial.
Pepperdulls.
A variety of edible seaweed Laurentia pinnata feta, distinguished for its pungency.
Borogenesis.
A mutilaginous plant of the genus Borogobiphorofficinalis, which is used, especially in France, as a demulcent and diaphoretic.
Learning.
The acquisition of knowledge or skill, as the learning of languages, the learning of telegraphy.
Hauler.
One who hauls.
Guanin.
A crystalline substance C5H5 and 5O, contained in guano. It is also a constituent of the liver, pancreas, and other glands in mammals.
Bitterweed.
A species of Ambrosiano artemisifolia, Roman wormwood.
Water.
to wit and calendar, as cloth, so as to impart to it a lustrous appearance in wavy lines, to diversify with wavy-like lines, as to water silk, compare, water 6.
Vibrating.
Present participle and verbal noun of vibrate, to vibrate as a balance does before resting in equilibrium, hence, to be poised.
Pupation.
The act of becoming a pupa.
Brainerd.
An appellation applied after the manner of a proper name to the fox, a fox, so called in fables or familiar tales, and in poetry.
Bend.
To strain or move out of a straight line, to crook by straining, to make crooked, to curve, to make ready for use by drawing into a curve, as, to bend a bow, to bend the knee.
Akari.
A genus including many species of small mites. Except with, unless with, without.
Billing.
Caressing, kissing.
Derivation.
That which is derived, a derivative, a deduction.
Associate.
To join or connect, to combine in acting, as particles of gold associated with other substances.
Double quick.
Double quick time, step, or march.
Temp.
The edible fruit of an East Indian tree Bacchoria malayana, of the spurt family, it somewhat resembles an apple.
For.
Formerly, previously, before.
Wildness.
The quality or state of being wild, an uncultivated or untamed state, disposition to rove or go unrestrained, rudeness, savageness, irregularity, distraction.
Hippocleidium.
A median process on the furculum, or meridot, of many birds, where it is connected with the sternum.
Lure.
A contrivance somewhat resembling a bird, and often baited with raw meat, used by falconers in recalling hawks.
Invalid.
To classify or enroll as an invalid.
Counterchanged.
Having the tinctures exchanged mutually. Thus, if the field is divided pawwise, or an azure, and cross is born counterchanged, that part of the cross which comes on the azure side will be or, and that on the or side will be azure.
Nucumentaceous.
Like not either in structure or in being indehiscent, bearing one-seeded nut-like fruits.
Typifier.
One who, or that which, typifies.
Homestead.
The home and appurtenant land and buildings owned by the head of a family, and occupied by him and his family.
Placitum.
A public court or assembly in the Middle Ages, over which the sovereign president when a consultation was held upon affairs of state.
Otopathy.
A diseased condition of the ear.
Sextile.
The aspect or position of two planets when distant from each other 60 degrees, or two signs. This position is marked thus, /.
Forum.
A tribunal, a court, an assembly empowered to hear and decide causes.
Lithopill.
A fossil leaf or impression of a leaf.
Throttler.
One who, or that which, throttles, or chokes.
Seraglio.
A harem, a place for keeping wives or concubines, sometimes, loosely, a place of licentious pleasure, a house of debauchery.
Globule.
A little globule.
File.
A roll or list.
Pontiff.
The Pope.
Broadly.
In a broad manner.
Gruggerpalm.
A West Indian name for several kinds of palm. Any parrot of the genus Citus or Macrocircus. About 18 species are known, all of them American. They are large and have a very long tail, a strong hooked bill, and a naked space around the eyes. The voice is harsh, and the colors are brilliant and strongly contrasted. Tree, under macaw.
Timaeus.
Timely, seasonable.
Cutuply.
A hood over the end of a wagon wheel help to keep dirt away from the axle.
Abstinence.
The practice of self-denial by depriving oneself of certain kinds of food or drink, especially of meat.
Ossify.
To convert into a salifiable base.
Barricade.
A fortification, made in haste, of trees, earth, palisades, wagons, or anything that will obstruct the progress or attack of an enemy. It is usually an obstruction formed in streets to block an enemy's access.
Stray.
To wander, as from a direct course, to deviate, or go out of the way.
Cardiology.
A burning or gnawing pain, or feeling of distress, referred to the region of the heart, accompanied with cardiac palpitation, heartburn. It is usually a symptom of indigestion.
Equidancy.
Horsemanship.
Ungracious.
Not well received, offensive, unpleasing, unacceptable, not favored.
Orally.
By, with, or in, the mouth, as, to receive the sacrament orally.
Epitome.
A work in which the contents of a former work are reduced within a smaller space by curtailment and condensation. A brief summary, an abridgment.
Demethatized.
Imperfect and past participle of demethathize, to purify from mephitic or foul air.
Curbing.
Present participle and verbal noun of curb, an assemblage of three or more pieces of timber, or a metal member, forming a frame around an opening, and serving to maintain the integrity of that opening. Also, a ring of stone serving a similar purpose, as at the eye of Adam.
Belittle.
To make little or less in a moral sense, to speak of in a depreciatory or contemptuous way.
Dislodge.
To drive from a lodge or place of rest, to remove from a place of quiet or repose, as shells resting in the sea at a considerate depth are not dislodged by storms.
Typhus.
A contagious continued fever lasting from 2 to 3 weeks, attended with great prostration and cerebral disorder, and marked by a copious eruption of red spots upon the body, also called jail fever, famine fever, putrid fever, spotted fever, etc., a kind of prison, a building for the confinement of persons held in lawful custody, especially for minor offenses or with reference to some future judicial proceeding. Fever, under jail.
Blessedly.
Happily, fortunately, joyfully.
Emarginate.
Not having a distinctive margin or border.
Hulm.
The denuded stems or stalks of such crops as buckwheat and the cereal grains, beans, etc., straw.
Wapiti.
The American elk Cervus canadensis. It is closely related to the European red deer, which it somewhat exceeds in size.
Renew.
To become new, or as new, to grow or begin again.
Wrongness.
The quality or state of being wrong, wrongfulness, error, fault.
Pickedness.
Finness, spruceness, smartness.
Scrimer.
A fencing master.
Discharging.
Present participle and verbal noun of discharge. To free of the missile with which anything is charged or loaded. To let go the charge of, as. To discharge a bow, catapult, etc., especially, said of firearms. To fire off, to shoot off, also. To relieve from a state of tension, as a Leyden jar.
Underbear.
To line, to guard, to face, as, cloth of gold under barn with blue tinsel.
Defilated.
Imperfect and past participle of defilade, to raise, as a rampart, so as to shelter interior works commanded from some higher point.
Emblemizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of emblemize, to represent by an emblem, to emblematize.
Late.
Far advanced toward the end or close, as, a late hour of the day, a late period of life.
dye,
Color produced by dyeing.
succotash,
Grain maize and beans boiled together. The dish is borrowed from the native Indians.
blench,
A looking aside or askance.
penetrant,
Having power to enter or pierce, penetrating, sharp, subtle, as penetrant.
forensical,
Foreign, alien.
royalization,
The act of making loyal to a king.
script,
Writing, a written document.
impercipient,
Not perceiving, or not able to perceive.
numerosity,
Rhythm, harmony, flow.
harmonious,
Adapted to each other, having parts proportioned to each other, symmetrical.
iron gray,
Of a gray color, somewhat resembling that of iron freshly broken.
reduplication,
The doubling of a stem or syllable more or less modified, with the effect of changing the time expressed, intensifying the meaning, or making the word more imitative. Also, the syllable thus added, as Latin tituli, paposchi.
copartneries,
The state of being co-partners in any undertaking.
GRD,
A name given by miners to George Stephenson's safety lamp.
quintuple rib,
The having 5 nerves, set of a leaf with 5 nearly equal nerves or ribs rising from the end of the petiole.
misshapi,
Unhappy,
catechumenist,
a catechumen.
before,
Preceding in time, earlier than, previously to, anterior to the time when, sometimes with the additional idea of purpose, in order that.
tomkid,
A small edible American fish Microidetus tomkid, of the codfish family, very abundant in autumn on the Atlantic coast of the northern United States, called also frostfish under frostfish.
of,
Denoting relation to place or time, belonging to, or connected with, as, men of Athens, the people of the Middle Ages, in the days of Herod.
however,
Nevertheless, notwithstanding, yet still, though, as, I shall not oppose your design, I cannot, however, approve of Italian.
echinoderm,
One of the echinodermata.
antemetic,
A remedy to check or allay vomiting.
refate,
To wake again.
corno di bassetto,
A tenor clarinet. called also basset oran, and sometimes confounded with the English oran, which is a tenor oboe.
Inthelminta.
Intestinal worms, one of the grand divisions or branches of the animal kingdom. It is a large group including a vast number of species, most of which are parasitic, called also inthelminths, inthelminta.
Hard.
Difficult to resist or control. Powerful.
Runner.
A rope roved through a block and used to increase the mechanical power of a tackle.
Partitioning.
Present participle and verbal noun of partition, that which divides or separates, that by which different things, or distinct parts of the same thing, are separated, separating boundary, dividing line or space, specifically, an interior wall dividing one part or apartment of a house, an enclosure, or the like, from another, as a brick partition, lath and plaster partitions.
Deepen.
To make more grave or low in tone, as to deepen the tones of an organ.
Immaculate.
Without stain or blemish, spotless, unfiled, clear, pure.
Abstraction.
A separation from worldly objects, a recluse life, as a hermit's abstraction.
Beeping.
Present participle and verbal noun of beep, to weep over, to deplore, to bedew with tears.
Celestify.
To make like heaven.
Represent.
To present again or anew, to present by means of something standing in the place of, to exhibit the counterpart or image of, to typify.
Engine.
Pronouns, in this sense, slash 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 slash, to wreck, to torture.
Cedrat.
Properly the citron, a variety of citrus medica, with large fruits, not acid, and having high perfume.
Corroborative.
A medicine that strengthens, a corroborant.
Patchley.
A mint-like plant Pygostemon patchouli, of the East Indies, yielding an essential oil from which a highly valued perfume is made.
Mimicry.
The act or practice of one who mimics, ludicrous imitation for sport or ridicule.
Attach.
To win the heart of, to connect by ties of love or self-interest, to track, to fasten or bind by moral influence, with who, as, attached to a friend, attaching others to us by wealth or flattery. Short, brittle, as, cupcake.
Voluble.
Turning, or whirling, winding, winding, voluble.
Seatang.
A kind of seaweed, tangle.
Fulcra.
One of the small, spiniform scales found on the front edge of the dorsal and caudal fins of many gnoid fishes.
Gilles.
A gutter, groove, or channel.
Gymnophthalmata.
A group of octolephs, including the naked-eyed medusa, the hydromedusa. Most of them are known to be the free-swimming progeny gonophores of hydroids.
Kernel.
A plant of the genus Onigalis, of which one species Arvensis, has small flowers, usually scarlet, but sometimes purple, blue, or white, which speedily close at the approach of bad weather.
Turkis.
A hydrous phosphate of alumina containing a little copper. Chelate, it has a blue or bluish-green color, and usually occurs in reniform masses with a botryoidal surface.
Cognizee.
One to whom a fine of land was acknowledged.
Glenoid.
A dilute solution of nitroglycerin used as a neurotic.
Troilite.
Native iron protosulfide, iron sulfide, it is known only in meteoric irons, and is usually in embedded nodular masses of a bronze color.
Covert.
Covered over, private, hid, secret, disguised.
Rebaptizer.
One who rebaptizes.
Jar.
To tick, to beat, to mark or tell off.
Churlishness.
Rudeness of manners or temper, lack of kindness or courtesy.
Countermarch.
An evolution by which a body of troops change front or reverse the direction of march while retaining the same men in the front rank. Also, a movement by which the rear rank becomes the front one, either with or without changing the right to the left.
Re-examinable.
Admitting of being re-examined or reconsidered.
Jigging.
The act or using a jig, the act of separating ore with a jigger, or wire-bottomed sieve, which is moved up and down in water.
Construing.
Present participle and verbal noun of construe, to apply the rules of syntax to a sentence or clause, so as to exhibit the structure, arrangement, or connection of, or to discover the sense, to explain the construction of, to interpret, to translate.
Rectifiable.
Capable of being rectified, as a rectifiable mistake.
Speculation.
A game at cards in which the players buy from one another trumps or whole hands, upon a chance of getting the highest trump dealt, which entitles the holder to the pool of stakes.
Unwanted.
Not wanted, unaccustomed, unused, not made familiar by practice, as a child unwanted to strangers.
Cosmopolitan.
One who has no fixed residence, or who is at home in every place, a citizen of the world.
Quenelle.
a kind of delicate forcemeat, commonly poached and used as a dish by itself or for garnishing.
Vetoing.
Present participle and verbal noun of veto, a power or right possessed by one department of government to forbid or prohibit the carrying out of projects attempted by another department, especially in a constitutional government. A power vested in the chief executive to prevent the enactment of measures passed by the legislature. Such a power may be absolute, as in the case of the tribunes of the people in ancient Rome, or limited, as in the case of the President of the United States, called also the veto power.
Reposance.
The act of relying, or the condition or quality of being reliant, dependence, confidence, trust, repose of mind upon what is deemed sufficient support or authority.
Maintenance.
A plant Raceto dorata, having greenish flowers with orange-colored stamens, and exhaling a delicious fragrance. In Africa it is a low shrub, but further north it is usually an annular.
Protractive.
Drawing out or lengthening in time, prolonging, continuing, delaying.
Debutant.
A person who makes his or her first appearance before the public.
Actinozoa.
A group of coelenterata, comprising the anthozoa and ctenophora. The sea anemone, or actinia, is a familiar example.
Cuneated.
What shape?
Bespeak.
To betoken, to show, to indicate by external marks or appearances.
Patch.
To mend with pieces, to repair with pieces fastened on, to repair clumsily, as, to patch the roof of a house.
Majorship.
The office of major.
Helmeta.
The undersurface of the foot.
Disclaimer.
A public disavowal, as of pretensions, claims, opinions, and the like.
Equable.
Uniform in action or intensity, not variable or changing, set of the feelings or temper.
Figure.
The representation of any form, as by drawing, painting, modeling, carving, embroidering, etc., especially the representation of the human body, as a figure in bronze, a figure cut in marble.
Smoke.
To draw into the mouth the smoke of tobacco burning in a pipe or in the form of a cigar, cigarette, etc. To habitually use tobacco in this manner.
Slitter.
To slide with interruption.
Hook.
To seize or pierce with the points of the horns, as cattle in attacking enemies, to gore.
Insubmission.
Want of submission, disobedience, noncompliance.
slopeness,
state of being slope,
venosity,
the quality or state of being venous,
dog teeth,
an ornament common in Gothic architecture, consisting of pointed projections resembling teeth, also called tooth ornament.
parer,
One who, or that which, pairs, an instrument for pairing.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous dictionary, please dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels. States and works in progress channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.